of April, Solomon Mahlangu was hanged by the brutal apartheid regime. On the 10th of April, Comrade Chrisani was gunned down by assassins who thought that would plunge the country into a violence and turmoil. Fortunately, the leadership of the ANC rose up to the occasion. On the 23rd of this month, the President General of the ANC passed on, Oliver Tambo, after many years of sacrifice. But whatever that they fought for, will remain on course. Because today, what they believe in and what they subscribe in of a non-racial, non-sexist South Africa remain on course, because even our social grant system, it accommodates everybody. Even no school fees that are adopted by our government, it addresses everybody. Today, we are able to give those who can't afford food, young people who are going to school every day. Today, young people are benefiting from NSFAS, regardless of race, gender, or color, or creed. Today, we are able to provide indigenous policies and to our people because they fought for justice. And their struggle will remain with us. Like I explained last year, that once we leave, whatever contribution they've made, we'll never abandon it, because it was a commanding voice of Nelson Mandela that he gave it to us. So as the African National Congress, hence we are taking a posture that says, Freedom Day celebrations must go to our communities. Hence we are rolling out this service delivery program together with the provincial government, which will never fail. Our people, they will remain in our hearts. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Sokaka. Councillor Malebu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to the House, greetings to community of Mangaung at large. Honorable Speaker, today we rise with great pride and revolutionary joy to move a motion of congratulations to the economic freedom fighters for the resounding success of their historic rally held in Brantford, Masilonyana municipality. The rally was not just an event, it was a statement of intent, a powerful demonstration of people's yearning for true economic emancipation under the fearless leadership of the Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF, Sello Julius Malema. The people of Free State, in their thousands, came together in unity, in strength and in revolutionary spirit to celebrate Freedom Day in a manner that truly honored the sacrifices of those who fought for our liberation. Brantford, a town once associated with the pain and exile of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, was transformed into a beacon of hope and resilience. It was in Brantford that Mama Winnie endured hardship, but it was also in Brantford that she remained unbroken. How fitting it is, Honorable Speaker, that under the revolutionary banner of the EFF, Brantford now becomes a place of mobilization, empowerment, and action. The overwhelming turnout of the Free State residents, from young to old, from urban centers to rural villages, is a testament to the growing confidence that people have in the leadership in the EFF. It is a loud and clear signal that our people are ready for a new era, an era where land, wealth, and dignity are restored to the rightful owners, the people of South Africa. The EFF continues to be the only movement that genuinely embodies the spirit of the Freedom Charter and the dreams of our fallen heroes. On that day, the words of Mama Winnie echoed in our hearts, open quotes, together, hand in hand, with our matches and our dreams, we shall overcome, close quotes. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let us today record our congratulations to the EFF for organizing a rally that was peaceful, disciplined, and impactful, reviving the memory and revolutionary legacy of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela in Brantford, giving hope to the millions of South Africans who seek genuine economic freedom in their lifetime, and for demonstrating yet again the fearless and visionary leadership of the EFF, led by the President, Julius Malema. Let this motion stand as a recognition of people's movement whose time has come and as encouragement to continue the struggle until the land and economy are fully returned to the people. Honorable Speaker, the economic freedom fighters, not out of a politically expediency, but in righteous anger and deep disappointment, to speak on behalf of those who have been failed by the very same people who claim to lead them. It is with great sadness and growing fury that we address continued betrayal of bereaved family in Ward 51 by the Premier of this province. In moments of pain, in the rawness of grief, when the family had just lost their loved ones under tragic traumatic circumstances, the Premier arrived, not only with solutions or sincerity, but with false promises and performative sympathy. She promised to assist and cover burial costs. She promised government support. She stood before grieving mothers and fathers, before broken family, and declared her unwavering commitment to ensuring that the burial would be handled with compassion and honor. The family, already devastated by loss, was left abandoned, humiliated, and stranded. In many cases, they had to borrow money, go into debt, and rely on neighbors just to bury their loved ones. This is not just an administrative failure. This is a moral betrayal. Let us be clear. It is not right to show up for a photo op, make empty promises in front of cameras, and disappear once the media has turned away. Leadership is not measured by appearances, but by follow-through presence and accountability. To the Premier, you misled the most vulnerable. You used the pain of the people to score political points. And for that, you owe that family more than just an apology. You owe them the truth, the help you promised, and immediate action. The dead deserve dignity, and the living deserve truth. We cannot allow this government to turn tragedy into political theater. We cannot allow our people to be re-victimized by a system that only pretends to care.
Thank you, Councillor.
La o ka itima metsi o tla e bona eno ele. Ke a leboha, Speaker.
Thank you. Is that a point of order? Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker and the Honorable Councillor. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order on the statement that has just been made by Councillor Malebu there regarding the Premier of the Free State. As a person responsible for public safety in this municipality, I was with the Premier of the Free State when the Premier went to visit the family in Ward 51. There's no way the Premier never, ever promised the family that government will take the responsibility for all the burial and whatever that was happening in the family. And Speaker, again, we also need to correct also to say, as the MMC, I was with the councillor responsible. Councillor Mansani was with the family from day one until they even bury those three deceased individuals from that family. It cannot be correct to come here and grandstand in terms of the grief of our people. That cannot be accepted because the ANC-led councillor was there from day one until the last day assisting, and we are also assisting. He was working hand in hand with us, assisting that family to make sure that those people were buried in dignity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramatlama.
Honorable Speaker, it is not correct or true that Councillor Malebu is grandstanding. If the MMC wants me to play her a voice note of a community member who was asking a donation to bury those people, we'll play it here in this council. The Premier said, the Premier on TV when she was interviewed by Aphumelele, she said government will assist. At the end of the day, those people were left alone. It's a fact. Go and check the archives of SABC.
Okay, councillors, that brings us to the end of the debates on motions of sympathy and congratulations. I am now going to order councillors. I am now going to, councillors, order. I am now going to proceed.
Ya lona voice note eo. Ke lona le etseng
Councillors,
voice note.
no. You can't behave like you are in a mass meeting. Order, Councillor Malebu. May I now proceed to item 72, which deals with the confirmation of our previous meetings. Those were special meetings of the 1st of October 2024, the 16th October 2024, and 25th November 2024. May I now acknowledge hands of those who would want to speak on the first minutes, 1st October 2024. Any hands? Can I conclude that those minutes were a true reflection of what transpired in that meeting? Councillor, Acting Council Whip, Councillor Lechoko.
No, thanks, Speaker. We'd like to confirm the minutes as they are, and we adopt them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder? Councillor Lekgeto.
Thank you, Speaker. We second the minutes as they are.
Thank you, councillors. There's no diversion view. Councillors, please behave. Councillor Ramatlam. No. May I now proceed to the second set of minutes, 16 October 2024. We have now confirmed that the minutes of the 1st of October 2024 were a true reflection of what took place on that date. May I acknowledge anyone who would want to speak on the second set of minutes? Councillor Tladi.
Yes, Speaker, I move for adoption of the minutes of the 16th October. They are a true reflection.
Thank you, Councillor Tladi. Any second, Acting Council Whip?
No, thanks. We second the minutes as they are.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, this is now not really on the minutes. It's with regards to us now having an acting whip, which is against the Structures Act. Because Section 41F of the Structures Act clearly says acting whips. If the whip of a municipal council is absent or not available to perform his or her duties of whip, or during a vacancy, the council must elect another councillor to act as whip.
I am on item 72, councillors, please.
But still, Speaker, how can we have an acting whip? It's against the Structures Act. It's unlawful.
I have noted what you are saying, Councillor Davis. Can you allow me to conclude on this item before we can entertain what you are raising? If there's no other view, I will conclude that we accept the minutes of the 16 October 2024 as a true reflection of what transpired on that day. May we now proceed to the minutes of the 25th November 2024. Any hand? Can I have a mover for the adoption of the minutes? Councillor Mabena,
Yeah, no, thank you, thank you. I went through the minutes and I read them. I understood them as a true reflection of what transpired in the previous meeting. Then if I move in that we accept these minutes as a true reflection of what transpired in the previous meeting. Thank you.
thank you. Any second, Councillor Matsepe?
No, Speaker, I rise to second the minutes as true reflection. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no different view, I will conclude that those minutes are duly accepted as a true reflection of what transpired on that specific day. That concludes the discussion on this matter. May I now revert back to you, Councillor Davis. Yes, in terms of the act, in the absence of an elected council whip, the council has got a right to appoint an acting person. However, as I indicated earlier on when I began with the meeting, I indicated that there's a person acting, standing in for council whip who is on an official leave of application. He is attending a bereavement and he has informed my office that all matters that relates to items that will ordinarily be dealt with an elected council whip, he has requested Councillor Lechogo to stand in for him. He's not an elected acting speaker. He has just stood in for the elected council whip. So you are right, but this is neither here nor there. We are not in contention with the legal standing of the councillor. I just wanted to confirm that you are right, and Councillor Lechogo is not an acting council whip. So yes, may I now proceed to
point of clarity, Speaker?
yes, Councillor Ibro.
Just on a point of clarity, Speaker, can you maybe just identify who is the council whip and who is the ANC whip? Because the ANC whip cannot be the council whip. Thank you.
No, Councillor. What is not in contention is the chief whip of the ANC. We are not. There's been a point concerning the council whip, not the ANC chief whip. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. The whole thing is just, even if he's just standing in, he's acting on behalf of the council whip, which was elected by council. So he's acting on our behalf, which is unlawful. The council whip cannot decide who stands in for him or who acts on his behalf. That's council's decision.
Councillor.
Sorry, Speaker, but also we would really like that to be specifically noted in the minutes of today, that the council whip, on his own accord, decided who gets to act in his place or take his responsibilities over while he's... I feel for him if he's away for whatever reason, especially a bereavement, but still, that's a function of council to decide who is their whip, who is their speaker, who is their mayor. It's not a single councillor's decision.
Thank you. Just before I take other hands, Councillor Lechogo, can I first establish from you, are you acting chief whip of the ANC or acting council whip?
No, thanks, Speaker. I'm acting as a chief whip of the ANC.
Okay. All right. No, councillors. Thank you for that clarity. Can I now proceed to the next item? We have an apology registered with the Secretariat of the Council Whip, Councillor Nickel. He is absent today and nobody is acting on his behalf. Councillor Lechuko is only acting in the capacity of the Chief Whip, not in the Council Whip. No. No, can we then proceed? Can we then proceed? Madam Kwena, you raised your hand.
No, thank you, Speaker. I think you have clarified what I wanted to just suggest around clarity of acting whip in view of the issue around legality. So I'm supposing you would then from now on not refer to him as the acting council whip. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that has been clarified. May we then proceed to the next item, item 73, which deals with declaration of interest. That item has been dealt with administratively. Let me now proceed to item 74, a report from the Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor, may I acknowledge you?
Dr. Matai, Speaker, thank you and good morning. Good morning to fellow councillors. I must indicate that I indeed was impressed by a number of issues that you raised this morning. Even though you probably might have crossed some harsh words, but I think that was an epitome of a council that's alive, and that applies itself to the realities on the ground. Ideally, Speaker, I should be preceding my talk with issues that continue to display themselves globally in a situation where the powers that may be are demonstrating their muscles and literally demonstrating how they can dominate the world, particularly on issues of how small countries may find themselves oppressed by way of wielding tariffs, withdrawing their support base, pretending to ignore that their fiduciary duty is to invest back from the riches of those countries that they have usurped their belongings. And equally so, I was impressed by how we piggyback on national events that in themselves are seeking to find a lasting solution in ensuring that we provide services to our people. Scoring cheap points and sometimes pretending we do not see the challenges that has to do with the provision of services of our people that need resources. That by all means, a solution must be found by all parties at national level in ensuring that despite the difficulties of arriving at where the money will come from, the answer must be found. Interesting enough, it is when we would like to even see ourselves emerging out of a challenge that faced the society. to begin to see ourselves as a government of tomorrow. A gloomy picture indeed, as it comes from other political parties. I think what should literally be at our fingertips, it should be seeking answers and lasting solutions. I have got confidence that a driven government of national unity under the president, despite the difficulty, they will always soldier on and finally arrive at a solution lasting. Speaker, when Councillor Sotsaka spoke about Solomon Mahlangu, I remembered him as the man I shared trenches with, and immediately echoed the words that he uttered when he was facing the gallows. Speaking to his mother, he said, "Tell my people that I love them, and that my blood will nourish a tree of liberation." A Freedom Day and a democratic society that we are enjoying today comes from those difficult words. Speaker, when Ntate Sotsaka also make reference to Chris Hani, again I remembered a man who commanded me, who acted as a father to me, who believed in a society that private ownership to the means of production and capitalist mode of production should be an order of yesterday. A man who believed that the song sung by Randy Crawford should always ring in our minds, titled Imagine. I really would pause and ask councillors to please listen to that song, Imagine by Randy Crawford. It will speak to our hearts. It will demonstrate the kind of society that we are looking to realize. It will tell us that at some point we'll live in a country and a world without borders. We'll live in a country where men and women, nationalities and nations will share all the way. And when you make reference to Oliver Tambo, I remembered in my youthful days when I represented a unit of MK in Lusaka, when we were working on the constitution that we are enjoying today, working on the constitutional guidelines led by Oliver Tambo. When Justice Albisek says, the constitution of today runs in the Oliver Tambo's DNA, he was indeed on point. Because it is during those days in 1985-86 that then we worked on what we call constitutional guidelines. But let me celebrate what EFF spoke so well about Mewini Madikizela Mandela. In my childhood, I represented the underground, and I happened to have been one of the first envoys to work with her while she was still in Brantford, Benich there, by the then apartheid regime. The old lady found me and found my way to exile. I echo your sentiments because I understand who we are talking about. It's going to be difficult to celebrate what the DA said about Nelson Mandela. The difficulty I have is that we relate differently to the character. Generally, when white people look at Nelson Mandela, they see a savior. Whereas in the communities I come from, the majority of those that are black, we see a liberator. So the distinction makes it difficult for me to celebrate what they said. Speaker, allow me to deal with the items that you have ordered me to deal with. I stand here before the council to present first item 1, section 52D report, quarter 3 ending 31 March 2025, revised service delivery and budget implementation plan, SDBIP 2024-2025. Speaker, this report is tabled as a legislative requirement in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, guiding the Council on a budget implementation and financial state of affairs for the quarter ending 31st March 2025. Each tabling within 30 days after the end of the quarter demonstrated relative stability in terms of compliance and good governance practice. Significantly, the report provides that our actual performance is sitting at 61%, involving 124 projects out of 137 that have been implemented. This does not serve as an impressive improvement, however. I submit this report, Speaker, for approval, outlined in terms of one of the agenda. Item 2, Speaker, speaks to Municipal Finance Management Act, preliminary budget and performance assessment report in terms of the MFMA, section 52D, for the quarter ending 31st March 2025. This item must be read with item 1 above, since seeking to inform the Council on the third quarter for the financial year 2024-2025 against the adjustment budget in accordance with the section 52D of the PFMA and the relevant governance gazette, that is number 312141 of 17 April 2009. Without diverging deeper into the details of the report, the major operating expenditure variance against the adjustment budget relating to employees' cost is worrying, Speaker. The over expenditure on overtime is now standing at 115.3 million, which will surely result in an unfavorable audit opinion if we do not work on it to ensure that it reads par excellence. The resolution on shift system, a measure that we hope that it will provide a solution to the implementation, is of an urgent need to our side. The general patterns of expenditure by department should also be seriously looked into, Speaker, quite closely, as it affects the budget expenditure negatively. Our grants expenditures is also a major cause of concern. The pattern of expenditure remains unimproved. We are now standing at 31% grant expenditure on this, and this is not quite acceptable, Speaker. We are currently putting system in place to ensure that we spend money allocated to the city to improve the much needed service delivery. We have indeed assigned a number of officials and MMCs to ensure, Speaker, that there's rapidity in terms of the implementation, to ensure that in the next quarter we are able to see the movement in ensuring that we secure as much money as we can. This report, therefore, is submitted before the Council for approval as outlined in item 2 of the agenda. Item 3, Speaker, speak to supply chain management report for the quarter ending 31st March 2025. 2025 to 2024-25 financial year. The report provides details on progress on the implementation of the supply chain management policy of the Council. The following need to be attended to as a matter of urgency. Strict implementation of procurement plan, functionality of the bid committees and competitive bidding process need to improve. That will actually attend to a speedy turnover time on our side, Speaker. Review of supply chain policy to address transformation agenda. I put this before the Council and I submit the report for noting as outlined in item 3 of the agenda. Item 4, Speaker, speaks to debt incentive scheme report. This report gives effect to that incentive scheme that was approved earlier this year, in February 2025. This was mainly to encourage consumers to settle outstanding account by taking full advantage of the incentive offered by the city. Since adoption of this scheme, there has been a significant reduction in our debt book, as outlined in page 1 of the report. I therefore submit this before the Council, Speaker, to a total value as tabled before page 2 of the report. Item 5, Speaker, which is item that I think we have agreed as the Council that will be looked at as item 5 and 6 together, if I'm not mistaken. This is approval of indigent accounts for inclusion in the 2025-2027 indigent register. This report is submitted as evidence of the commitment to provide basic services to the poor and also ensure that debtors' book is more accurate. We need to encourage members of our community who qualify to register for indigent that they do so as an opportunity before them. I must also indicate, Speaker, that it is at this level where we are also looking at the best modality of ensuring that our councillors, particularly those that are ward-based, must be part and parcel of this program and ensure that we reach out. I must indicate as an information that in one of the critical meetings that we attended of the portfolio committee, before us it was that a budget of 10 billion rand to address issues of indigent, only 2 billion rand is still in place. The rest is there for grabs by those that would work hard to ensure that we attend to our indigent. I therefore, Speaker, submit this item for noting as outlined. Item 6, read or treated with item 5. Request for extension of indigent accounts that are due to expire on the 30th June 2025. This item is a request to Council to ensure that justice is done to the indigent communities in the city and also verify that only people who qualify are included in the indigent register. It is worth noting that there are no financial implications for this item above, particularly on the extension aspect of it. I therefore submit this item for approval as outlined in item 6. Item 7, Speaker. Debt clearance of 5 donated farms for commonage. And invariably, that could also be for human settlement. This item is a breakthrough for the city in making available land for commonage and addressing the problem of informal settlement. It is also evident of a good, this is an evidence of a good governmental interrelations and common goal in ensuring service delivery to communities. I therefore, Speaker, table this item also before the Council for approval, as outlined in item 7. Speaker, let me conclude by responding in a way to what Mr. Mungale tabled before me. Yes, indeed, our city and Mangaung in particular, reference to Bloemfontein. We are a common liberation route, having given birth to the democracy that we are enjoying today and the freedom days that we often speak to. We may not relate equally so. But the truth be told, Mangaung remains a beacon of hope for the people of this country, a city alive with possibilities as outlined by the former President Mbeki, and a city that should serve to allow all South Africans to come and quench their future and their tomorrow, and to build on the unity which Mangaung would always serve as that center. I do agree with you. But then hastily say to you, the request you are tabling before us, it would need us to establish a committee that would begin to go and interact with the Heritage Council and first acknowledge those areas that have been declared as heritage site and demonstrate the ability of the history of what this metro has played, and therefore adhere to perhaps requesting them to begin to look at our city in that light of your sentiment. I think this must be a shared sentiment of the people of Mangaung. And I want to believe this will actually be both tourist and economic attraction. And perhaps it will also begin to enlighten the Doti to begin to realize that they live in a city where they must invest and stop taking the money out of this beautiful city that has got a very rich history, and that is in the center and the belly of the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, I therefore tabled the items before the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. May I now allow you councillors to indicate on which items you would want to speak on. It's 7, in fact, 6 items. No, it's 5 items in total. Can I now see hands of councillors who would want to speak on item 1, Councillor Pretorius?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 74.1, please.
Okay. Councillor Martins. On item 1.
Thank you, Chairperson. 74.1. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Snyman. Still on item 1. Councillor Machacha Misa.
Speaker, item 74.1.
Councillor Ramatlama. On item 1. Councillor Mukwena.
Thank you. Item 1, Speaker.
Thank you.
74.1. Thank you.
Deputy Executive Mayor, item 1. Thank you. May we proceed then to item 2? Those who would want to draw this item, Councillor Viviers. Councillor Botma. Councillor Mungale. Councillor Vivier. Councillor Shupi, Councillor Ramatama, Councillor Kruger, thank you. On item 3, Councillor Kotze, no, or Councillor Ferreira. Councillor Botman, Councillor Malebu, Councillor Vivier, Councillor Mungale, Councillor Kruger, thank you. Item 4, Councillor Botman, Councillor Davis, Councillor Snyman, Councillor Tukula, Councillor Peter, Councillor Malebu, thank you. Item 5 and 6, Councillor Terre Blanche, Councillor De Bruyn, Councillor Swartz, Councillor Mungale, Councillor Snyman, Councillor Thomas, Councillor Bauer, Councillor Legeto, Councillor Peter, thank you. Item 7, Councillor Botman, Councillor Vivier, Councillor Supi, Councillor Mabena, Councillor Mungale, Councillor Malebu, thank you, Councillor Nhlapo. Thank you, Councillors. May I now acknowledge the first speaker on item 1.
Speaker, may I rise on Rule 37, please?
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me. I don't think it's really a personal explanation or point of order. My difficulty that I currently have, and I think it will be true for most of the speakers, these are the reports of the Executive Mayor. Possibly he would like to answer some of the questions posed, and unfortunately he's not currently here. Thank you for allowing me, Speaker.
The Deputy Executive Mayor is here. May I acknowledge the first speaker, your 5 minutes.
Point of order. He's back, don't worry.
May I consistent with the amended rules, ask that Councillor Tladi take over on this item. Item 1, I quickly want to visit the law, please. You may do so, Councillor, consistent with the amended rules. Councillor Tladi, during the session of this item, will be referred to as the chair of the session. Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillors, are you rising on a point of order in terms of rules? Okay.
If you are referring to the standing rules and orders that went through the committee, they are not gazetted already, they are not applicable. If it is indeed nature calling, I think we could possibly take a 3 or 5 minute break. Otherwise, we have to go back to the Structures Act, which clearly say that if we must have an interim speaker, we must now vote for that. Thank you.
Councillor, Chairperson of the Section 79 Committee on Rules, are those rules not gazetted yet?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Not yet, Speaker.
Why?
Thank you. Why? We will explain to the council in the next sitting.
No, but those rules. Councillor De Bruin, please, just a minute. Councillor, Chairperson of the relevant Section 80 Committee, may we please expedite that process? Those rules were amended last year. It cannot be that 5 months later, those rules have not been gazetted. I mean, please. No, in fact, your point of order is sustained, Councillor Viviers. Councillor De Bruin?
Yes, Speaker. I just like you must explain us as the Speaker today. How long does the municipality take to give you a response back on your rule? And then the time limit? And then because the rule said you must give it 10 days before council in to bring it to council. I thank you.
I'm completely lost, Councillor De Bruin. Rule 38, I'm sure you saw a package here. There's a replies to most of the Rule 38 questions provided. Are you specifically referring to Rule 38 questions, Councillor?
Yes, Speaker.
On what specific Rule 38 have you tabled before this House a Rule 38 question?
Yes, Speaker, 3. And not been answered yet. And I think the matter is urgent. Thank you.
No, I take note of that. I will consult with the city manager here and give a feedback in the due course of our proceeding.
Yes, Speaker. I think the city manager now are ready about it because I give it in his hand 2 weeks back, and he still failed to answer me because he said to me by myself, he's going to phone me. I think this municipality, they are take it like a banana circus. I thank you.
Okay. No, I'll give a feedback just in the due course of our proceedings. I am now going to acknowledge the first speaker on this item. No, on what rule are you rising on, Councillor?
On a special rule.
No. And I'm going to have to gazette that rule. So it has not been gazetted. You may have to sit down.
Chairman, I've been wondering, what is the ATM and what is that party?
ATM and what? AIC. What are they doing here, basically? What is the...
No, sit
no
down,
no
Councillor.
announcement, no congratulatory,
No, Councillor.
nothing. What are they doing here?
Councillor
I
Dipale.
mean, these people need to be exposed to our public to say,
No,
why
Councillor
are you elected?
Dipale. No, sit down, Councillor, please. If my memory serves me well, we have received reports from the two MMCs in the past 3 consecutive meetings, which shows that they are hard at work. There were items that dealt with land. Even on this item, there's an item which deals with farms, and that relevant MMC is here. So your special rule question does not apply. Dismissed. No. I'm going to acknowledge now the first speaker, Councillor Pretorius. Your 5 minutes starts right away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The author of this report owes this council a clear explanation as to how these figures were compiled, because quite frankly, it appears they were conjured from the thin air. The performance scoring per KPI is clearly nothing but more than tick-box exercises. As the Democratic Alliance, we seriously doubt that Treasury would find this report acceptable in its current form. The administration must urgently assess whether the officials responsible for this report are truly earning their salaries. Allow me to highlight a few concerning discrepancies. Page 21, irregular, fruitless, wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. It is stated that the Metro paid over 16 million rand in interest due to unpaid creditor accounts, caused by officials failing to submit invoices on time. In any private company, if an employee cost the company 16 million rand through negligence, they would be dismissed immediately. Although the KPI score for this item was 1 out of 5, appropriately low, the very next page claims that the creditor payouts are made within 27 days and gives a score of 4 out of 5. This is simply not true. Page 37, growing inclusive local economies. This is a very good one. The report claims that 1,000 jobs were created and awards itself a perfect score of 5 out of 5. But these jobs are EPWP, temporary, unsustainable. So to suggest that this equates the local economy is actually misleading. It is absurd that highly paid officials consider this meaningful economic development. This is a disservice to our communities and a waste of council's time. Page 45, Municipal Road Network Quality. The report notes that a single stormwater network condition assessment was updated last quarter, scoring a 3 out of 5. Despite the annual target being just 1, updating an internal server system does not translate into real improvement on the ground. Worse still, the report claims 3 kilometers of stormwater systems were improved or rehabilitated, with only 9% of construction completed, but still scores a 5 out of 5. This is indefensible, really. Further, it is claimed that road grading declined by only 1.75%. This is also misleading. We know for a fact that the most graders remain idle in the workshops, and the municipality lacks even a functional gravel quarry. Gravel roads are deteriorating and becoming unsafe, and the management should be ashamed of this. And as far as tar roads, resurfacing is virtually non-existent, and urban areas are plagued with potholes and debris, and rural roads are even worse. Residents can't walk to shops without risking injury, and businesses are now filling potholes themselves just to remain operational. Mr. Speaker, through you, the Executive Mayor, you should bow your head in shame. To the HODs and the MACO members and all the officials responsible, you all should just bow your heads in shame. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martins.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Executive Mayor, Honourable Councillors, officials, all the media, residents of Mangaung. The report before us masks the daily struggles of thousands of residents navigating the bureaucracy of our municipality. And I call it a bureaucratic monster. A system that prioritizes procedure over people. An endless labyrinth of futile attempts to control. Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality's bureaucracy is characterized by rigid hierarchies, excessive paperwork, lack of accountability, complacency, resistance to change, and time-consuming processes. Excessive red tape makes progress difficult and decision-making painfully slow. Now, Honourable Speaker, nowhere is this any clearer than with our inability to effectively apply our own credit control and debt collection policies. Yet, we're expecting the residents to comply with these very same rules and regulations. How many residents actually received letters of arrears? Do we have records of notices served? Were residents informed of their right to appeal? Our debt incentive scheme is touted as a success, but we forget that our failures in billing, meter reading, and service delivery drove the residents to non-payment. Residents beg for prepaid water meters, but we can't deliver. Hundreds languish in limbo, applying for indigency relief multiple times without resolution. We cut their water, blaming them for not being on the indigent register. Helpless councillors witness poor and despondent residents trapped in a catch-22 situation. Inherited debt prevents people to obtain clearance certificates for house transfers, but they cannot apply for indigency relief because the property isn't in their name. These are the workings of a bureaucratic monster, and this is the bureaucratic monster we feed daily. It's time for change. We must prioritize people over procedure. I challenge this council today to address these systemic issues and to work towards a more resident-centric approach. Let's reform our processes to serve the people and to be at the forefront of effective governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. First of all, apologies for my cell phone ringing. I updated, and as my son said, I upgraded above my technical abilities. Section 52D of the MMFA states that the mayor of a municipality must, within 30 days of the end of each quarter, submit a report to council that details the implementation of the budget and the financial state of the affairs of the municipality. This enables council to fulfill its oversight function and to ensure that the departments are held accountable to perform in terms of their KPIs and to complete their projects for the benefit of all our residents. A few comments. As usual, Centlec outperforms the rest of the departments. Thank you to Centlec, which, despite budget restraints, keeps on delivering. The Freedom Front Plus are worried about the performance of all other departments. Let's start with community service. Number of projects, 20. Achieved performance, a measly 44%. For example, drinking water samples taken, 314 for the third quarter. Rating, performance not fully effective. Increase access to refuse removal. Rating, performance not fully effective. Basic services that our residents need. Finance department, and as Councillor Pretoria said, big worry, 16 million rand as irregular fruit waste and wasteful expenditure, Engels is moeilik, due to interest paid on outstanding creditors' accounts. Rating, unacceptable performance. Indeed, unacceptable. Low revenue collection, performance, rating, performance not fully effective. Indigent relief, rating, performance not fully effective. Need I say more? Not fully effective. Public safety and security. Overall achieved 83% of KPIs in the third quarter. The biggest problem is with the bus service in terms of the IPTN. Crime prevention gets an outstanding performance rating, a score of 5. It is also indicated that 1,104 traffic fines were issued at last. However, how many were paid, and do we have a process in place to collect the payment of these fines? Planning, economic and rural development and human settlement achieved a performance of 53%. The report states more effort should be made on capital projects. The ANC says it's a government for the poorest of the poor. But look at the performance regarding informal settlements. The rating, unacceptable performance. Corporate services, the biggest concern is that the microstructure has not yet been finalized. Call center complaints, rating, performance not fully effective. All councillors know that, as we are now call centers. And then just a comment on that. Thank you for the assistance we receive on the WhatsApp groups. Technical service, percentage of reported potholes. The rating, outstanding performance. Outstanding performance if private companies are still fixing potholes. However, thank you for the huge improvement regarding response to call-outs on sanitation and wastewater. Indeed, it justifies a rating of outstanding performance. The same regarding call-outs for water problems. Thank you for this department for responding and communicating with councillors. Office of the City Manager, 100% achieved performance of KPIs in the third quarter, but none of its projects received a score of 5 or a rating of outstanding performance. Honourable Speaker, this is just a few comments. Although the Freedom Front Plus will give credit where credit is due, we must also reiterate that service delivery, especially basic service delivery, must remain our main priority. Thank you. And I have 20 seconds left.
Thank you. Councillor Machacha Mise.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Majoro Wasebaka, Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip of the ANC, Councillor Master, my co-members, councillors, officials, Baahi, Bawat 3, Baau, Bamangau. The revised SDBIP for 2024-2025 provided opportunity for reflection and path for improvement for the following the midterm report and table in this council. As we deliberate on the third quarter report tabled by the Executive Mayor, it is clearly displayed that the plans which the city had revised and put for themselves are being realized, as most of 60%, 61% of all planned programs are achieved. Honorable Speaker, as the committee responsible for performance, we do note with concern on the slow spending on capital project and overspending on operational budget. And this is worrisome since what must be spent is not spent. This will lead to this council retaining funds and situation authorized expenditure, respectively. I must emphasize that this is not an option at all, and user departments must operate within their set budget parameters. The provision of reliable service is still a priority by both financial and recovery plan and IDP objectives. I must indicate to this council, Honorable Speaker, that this committee is also strengthening its effort to ensure that the monitoring and evaluation is practiced as expected to enable this council to have an early warning detection of slowly moving project and implementation of its priority. I therefore support this report as tabled by the executive mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Reo amoela, Councillor Fandis. O dutse botong e ngotsweng ha ho tswe vele mo. Ene ke yona fela. So ke understand ha ntse ya ka ntle. No, let me also acknowledge HOD Duma. HOD Duma, we would like you to assist Chairperson of Section 79, Councillor Mohodu, to gazette the amended rules. The amended rules were adopted last year, I think sometimes in November or October. So they have not been amended as yet. May you please engage with him and help him out. I'm now going to acknowledge Councillor Ramatlama.
Speaker, I just want to check whether are you comfortable because you are requesting the council for you to go out and come back.
Let me just conclude this item will take a 5-10 minutes stretch leg break, but for now let me acknowledge Tatera Matlamamu.
Ereki Iteboele motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke a tshepa hore ha ke tlo bona di flames jwale ka hoseng. Ereki lebo ke dumedise ba Mangaung, Honorable Speaker. We are here to reflect on item 741, Speaker, the service delivery and budget implementation. What is revealed by these documents alongside the quarterly financial expenditure report is a municipality in crisis, a leadership in denial, and the system that has abandoned the people it claims to serve. Before we delve much into the context of these reports, it will be very disingenuous of us as the economic freedom fighters not to single out 2 or 3 individuals who are committed in ensuring that the status quo in this municipality do change and favor the people of Mangaung. The CFO of St. Lake in absentia, his consistency in steering the ship in St. Lake is highly appreciated by us and surely by a Mangaung community. Against all odds, services to the people remains his priority. Plea from our communities to St. Lake is that it should try to maintain the high mass lights within a reasonable time, because the outcry out there is that they take too much time, months, to repair the high mass lights. 2, Honorable Speaker, will also want to commend Councillor Vosi, HOD, and team. Your hard work is commendable. You are indeed trying, it's a fact, to bring about change, even though it is very difficult. You try to save the situation in that subway. Empa morenaka, ho hlakile hore di eme ka lekwa di hana ho tshela. Ha re terminate contractor e leng horeng e katile metjhini yane e leng horeng e thibela metsi. Ha pula ena ho ntso le fela jwalo. Terminate the contract, Councillor Vosi. Let's save cost. Re hloleile ngwaneso. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, we would like to also speak to Mayor Tekisho, the Chief Financial Officer the Metro deserves. if she was proud to get a post in the metro, allow us to tell her that this metro needs her more than she wants its salary. For her footprints are highly visible and footsteps are extremely loud in this institution. We can safely say, as the economic freedom fighters, there seems to be a light at the end of the tunnel as long as all of us can support her, not to corrupt her. In the history of the EFF in this council, it has, for the first time, we get a financial document that is well written and clear. Even Bobab Simlangeni can see or read. Speaker and community of Mangaung, if you want to see how creative people are, go study the SDB IP report from the first quarter to now the third quarter. Then you realize the desperation and the highest level of deception. Let's speak to community services. A directorate that is doing exceptionally well in delivering services to the dead, more than to us Mangaung residents who are still alive. Their KPIs, I'm going to make one example. On fencing of cemeteries, 4 out of 5. On fencing of landfills, 5 out of 5. Refuse bins in the CBDs, 5 out of 5. Refuse removal, 2 out of 5. The pattern clearly indicates that anything that has a potential of channeling something into the pockets of comrades is attended fully. That's why this institution does not see anything wrong with replacing an existing graveyard fence with a new one worth, I hope I won't be Musholozi, worth 7,374,816 rand 47 cents. While every corner.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. I can give you an extra minute.
Thank you, Honorable Matai. While every corner we turn, youth of Mangaung ask councillors, all of us, a very fundamental question. Will our municipality ever invest in us through bursaries? The answer is simple, no. The reason is that to take you to school won't benefit the pockets of the comrades. The day this municipality has a clear schedule of refusal is the day Councillor Ntabiseng and Dr. Tinda getla le opela matsoho getla hlokomela hore le etsa something. Imaginary refuse removal happening in formal settlement. Ha ona letho le le jwalo le tsebe le eme in black le atapatapa.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. May I now acknowledge that Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the fellow councillors and greetings to the people of Mangaung. Let me first start by thanking the Executive Mayor for making some of the introductory remarks that relate to the submission of this document. One of the issues that challenged me when looking at the document, and as other councillors have pointed out, it is the mixed signals around performance that is encapsulated in these documents. And the Executive Mayor, in terms of his duty, has recommended to Council that this Section 52D SBD IP third quarter report be approved. And one of the other challenges that I had, Honorable Council, is that there was no indication in this report that the executive mayor had reviewed, had identified, and had put in place corrective measures for some of the issues that he has generally expressed the report as non-satisfactory. And as a result, one was wondering, with all the divergent performance that is here, and as the political executive responsible for executing council resolutions, what the approval would be based on. So I'm grateful that he made some of those remarks, but I would want to comment that possibly in future, we know we are not privy to MACO meetings or the executive mayor's review, but if you could incorporate in submitting this report, also those comments and reviews, then it assists councillors to be able to can read the report in a proper way. Because now we have to try and guess and as to whether we have a different view or whatever, or whether you have a plan in place to take corrective measures in relation to the underperformance that has been demonstrated in some of this report. That's a general opening remark, Honorable Speaker, to the Executive Mayor that I hope he can consider so that it makes the deliberations in council a lot more constructive, as he has said, but without knowing where his mind is. Sometimes we hear it in council, and we already have assessed things the way that we have, and as a result, seeming to be at odds, and seeming, as he says, we should not be grandstanding, and sometimes we paint a gloomy picture. But I would want to assure the Executive Mayor that, speaking for myself, I am a patriot and I believe in this city. And the contribution that we want to make in this city, it is not one that shortchanges our people, but it is one that represents the interest of our people. And we would like to be part of a team in this municipality that places our people first. Honorable Speaker, this report is about what I want to call that we have as a vision of Mangaung, says we would want to be the best city to live in. And with that, we have certain strategic objectives that we have inculcated. And this thing is about executing on realizing that specific vision. And as a result, the divergent and the mishaps that we see and the non-delivery in the third quarter, looking at what is now the final quarter, makes all of us uncomfortable to say whether are we acting in the best interest of our people, and whether we, as fellow councillors have said, we are always at odds because it seems like we are not part of the team that is supposed to deliver. Whereas we stay in Mangaung, we are jealous of it. On the economy, Chair, we have indicated, and other councillors have mentioned, that there are gaps that demonstrate that we are not performing well, in as much as that is a goal that is going to make our vision materialize. Improved service delivery is also in difficulty in relation to performance, and we are not going to be able to can realize this best city. Social inclusion, social cohesion, and job creation also seems to be not in line with the pace that we should be acting in urgency about it. And as a result, as I said, my last point is that this report, it's an indictment on all of us. It's an indictment whether our people can see us as having their interest at heart. And I would like to place it on record, Chair. We would want to see the situation improved. And we would like to see all of us being engaged in a proper way. And our people come first. That's what I would like to indicate in terms of this. Because I've lost time, Chair, I'm not going to go to the different things and misalignment and non-performance that other councillors have already indicated. But just to say, Executive Mayor, we need to pull our socks and act more fervently and with urgency than not ever before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of the ANC, Honorable Speaker, all councillors who are here today in the third quarter reporting of the SDBIP. I think, Honorable Speaker, I just want to really says to honorable councillors, we really take what they indicate in this meeting regarding the document that is in front of us, and also emphasizing that they want to see more changes in this document, which is they've said it in the last quarter report that we submitted, that they wanted to see change. Unfortunately, there are changes to some departments, other departments decrease. We hope that the members of the committee of the IDP and performance that are here and are listening, that what are the councillors raise in terms of the performance of the institution, that really the HODs are also here, that all of us who must work together and make sure that we increase the issue of the performance. What I wanted to indicate, honorable councillors, honorable speaker, that this quarterly SDBIP reporting is really produced by each of the departments separately with POEs and signed authenticity letters by HODs and MMCs. If you remember, that was a recommendation of the AG that we must commit ourselves to different portfolios that we are running and to different departments that we are running to ensure the accurate, reliable and complete reporting. Because the SDBIP as a tool of a progress in the institution, we need really a proper reporting from different departments of what they've done, what they are not doing in the department, where they need the council to assist them to deal with those matters. Now, if there is no proper reporting, definitely the report will come in different departments that the performance is still low, but we are busy as the team of the IDP working together with the different departments to make sure that the part of monitoring and evaluation, we strengthen it and making it, when we come to council, we bring the report that is from the department that is really signed by all of us and agree that is what exactly happening. It's a true reflection of what is happening in different departments. Honorable Speaker, this report are consolidated into this tabled report by the Executive Mayor. Assurance can be given that they were processed by EMT, Section 80, and the Mayoral Committee, where there was serious engagement in details in terms of the issue of the performance. Honorable councillors, if you go through this report, you'll check that we still have to work hard regarding the capex of the institution. Where we check the OPEX, it's where it gives us the results of this performance that it's happening. I know that in that, but you are saying, Executive Mayor, we must also include the review. But definitely, in the next council, we'll attach the recommendation of the review SDBIP so we can see what are the steps that Executive Mayor wanted to take. Definitely, Executive Mayor, there are steps that is already taken by him instead of making sure that he fast tracking the issue of service delivery in the city, mostly to those departments that really are doing human service delivery, the human settlement planning, the technical services, the same community services, waste management department, which is really, when you go down and check the report, it doesn't make us happy at all. But we engage with the department that they must make sure that whatever that they are doing, there will be a committee that executive mayor consolidated in Tatemungal that will make sure that in terms of the monitoring and evaluation, we enter in details as the councillors and the administration to assist those departments to perform better than what they perform now. Because if we are not changing the performance of the institution, definitely won't go anywhere as the city. It will take us to the financial recovery plan, that which of the pillars that as the city we are not really working on it. What can we do? What strategy we can do to make sure that we deal with those pillars that are linked to the issue of service delivery and the issue of the institution at large. As the ANC, with the comments that we receive and the advices that we receive, Executive Mayor, we really support, Honorable Speaker, the report as it is, because it shows us from the first quarter, the second quarter, and the third quarter what we are doing. But we also encouraging that, please, the department that they really decrease, they must make sure that in the last quarter, they really make sure that when we bring the report, we bring the true reflection of what is happening down there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Maduro, would you want to reply?
Well, Speaker, most of the issues raised would literally need strict processing. Safe to say, Deputy Mayor has really give a beautiful rap on the outlook that we need to adopt. I think at this point one has to say, Speaker, a semblance of sanity must always dominate when faced with challenges of limited resources. The pain is felt by those that are on a daily basis. Must do wonders. And with a historical background of a metro that's subjected to Section 139, subsection 7, with the people that should be here making sure that hand by hand we cross the Rubicon and the river, are operating from far, detached also from what was declared as some form of an intervention. I think as a council, we need to be alive to our realities on the ground. Yes, indeed, implement our financial recovery plan, Speaker, but also fight for our rights. That include, but not limited to, what comes after intervention. For intervention would not just come, it would actually make observations, it would identify limitations, it would identify shortfalls, challenges. It would also do that, and more in the sphere of administration and resources. I think for us to be able to avoid hobnobbing around issues of monies, and also doing work that sometimes, even how hard it may not be realizable, given the enormous challenges. That speaks to the figures that were alluded to in the past councils. Speaker, I want to put it this way. I sat down with a number of councillors from different parties. And I want to give councillors the recognition they deserve as politicians and leaders of the Metro, despite the fact that we come from different political divide. That I think we need to take advantage of those ministries and departments that are based at the national level, and on a serious note, begin to also commit portfolio committees that we have and committees of council that we also have, and assign them the responsibility to also join hands with MMCs, with some of us, and form part of delegations. That must literally begin to go to those doors where a decision was taken that we must be under Section 139, subsection 7, and where all those observations of challenges were made. And all of us, in small and big groups, do wonders by not only, and I'm not saying undermining what the administration would do. I want to demonstrate, Speaker, how challenges get attended to. Officials follow protocol and procedure, but politicians debate and engage, and they demonstrate the realities on the ground. And politicians are able to curtail red tapes and long processes that could be followed by officials. So I'm trying to impress upon the councillors to say, we will reach that stage, which I said are some of the measures that we'll put in place, where we shall have to constitute delegations of councillors and assign them responsibilities to begin to filtrate into some of these pockets and make sure that we speak one language, and that language of saying we are going to hunt, generate, and unleash resources that are somewhere in the corridors of power and influence that they cascade down our metro. Speaker, one of the critical aspects that was mentioned, which was mentioned at the summit, was the plight of the student in our city. And I remember quite well when it was mentioned in our summit, the matter was taken to parentalhood by the Metro. But it made observation as to the role and the significance of the student in our province, and our Metro in particular. That we're a hub of education. We attract students from all corners of the country. Part of what influenced that is the peaceful nature of our Metro. Despite some challenges here and there, but relatively as compared to other areas, we remain a peaceful Free State and a peaceful Metro, a peaceful Bloemfontein where the institutions are. So many students are coming from all corners of the country and the world to come and study here. Over and above that, we do provide the best education ever. For that matter, from primary, if not from preschool, to the highest level. That's what our Metro is doing. But what are the beneficiations of these students to be in our area? Quite obviously, the financial spin-offs contribute to the survivability of the Metro and business in general. But in my interaction with the student at the university, and as we alluded to at the summit, councillors, the student raised three critical aspects, of which one is over and above the Metro that we can attend to. That relates to NSFAS and their finances and the difficulty that they face, despite the fact that there is progress in that space. But the two relate to their accommodation. And they raised their concern around accommodation, first for the limitation of accommodation, and over and above that, abusers of people that provide accommodation to them. Bogus accommodation providers, mischief makers, fortune seekers, and corrupt elements provide accommodation to these students. They raised it sharply, and I raised it with the summit. And I'm happy to realize that some of the community members entered into, should I call it a memorandum, where they were raising equally their concern around bogus business people that are providing accommodation, not par excellence, to the student. This brings us closer to say, as a metro, we must also go out, Speaker, and look at what modalities we can put in place to secure accommodation for the student, whilst making some resources and generating income for the metro. The parental wood of what we're inviting us to play as a metro and as a council is that these students are far from their home and they must feel home when they are here. We must protect and defend them. And therefore, the issue of security, which is the third element of what I wanted to raise, is critical to the student. We need to begin to work very hard to ensure that their safety, their security is in our hands. And in doing so, we shall have to bring all stakeholders, Prof, to ensure that we assist the institutions, we assist the student, we make them feel at home, we develop that ability of being those parents that must take care of them. So on that note, Speaker, I did instruct the relevant department headed by Ntate Khamanyane and under the MMC Bongi to coordinate a come together of some sort. They will name it whatever they do. That will bring all stakeholders, and that all our role must be realized, Speaker, in ensuring that we develop a very sound system that attend mainly to the two aspects that touches soul with us, that of accommodation and that of safety and security. So we are in the pipeline of making sure that we would engage all stakeholders, student, institutions, communities, the council, the police, name any that has got a stake to play, including those that are providing accommodation, to come under one roof and seek lasting solution in ensuring that this aspect is left unattended. It's not left unattended, rather. The point that I would also conclude with, Speaker, is that, yes, I echo the sentiment of the Deputy Mayor. Like I said, semblance of reasoning must always prevail, especially when we deal with the lives of many. So it could come as a form of hardcore criticism our way. But believe me, it is what we need to learn to take with, so that we must improve in ensuring that this metro does become what it should be. We are reaping the results of our difficult past, but we cannot piggyback on them. We must soldier on. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. That concludes the debate on this item. Councillor Machacha Misa has already moved that the item should be adopted, seconded by the Deputy Executive Mayor. May I now see hands of those in favor of that proposal? Okay. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Those are, or abstentions? Thank you. Those in favor is 48, against is 34, abstentions is 4. The item will be carried as it is. It is recommended that council approve the MFMA section 52 subsection D SDBIP third quarter report between the period 1st January 2025 to the 31st March 2025. And secondly, that the report will be published on municipal website and be submitted to the National Treasury. That concludes our business on that item. May I now proceed to the following item 2. The following speakers have been recognized. Councillor Viviers, you are the first speaker on this item. Your 5 minutes start right away.
Honourable Speaker, through you, Honourable Executive Mayor, as this is your report, please note, 1, M has overspent 1.3 billion rand. 2, only 42.39% of the capital expenditure budget was spent, with only 2 months left in this financial year. 3, only 31% of the National Treasury grants were spent, with only 2 months left in this financial year. 4, our outstanding debtors grew with a further 455 million rand, standing now at 12.83 billion rand, and 8.3 billion of that older than a year. 5, creditors remain in the region of 300 million rand outstanding. 6, collection rate at 75.58%, while it should be 95%. 7, fruitless and wasteful expenditure standing on 16.3 million rand, mainly due to interest paid on outstanding creditors. 8, overtime payments overspent in the sum of 115.3 million. 9, no or very little proof of the financial recovery plan being implemented. Executive Mayor, in 9 bullets, a summary of the financial situation of Mangaung, and it is appalling. During the Section 80 Finance Committee meeting, the administration and the CFO have already received the brunt of councillors in the committee attending to their oversight role. Although in certain aspects like providing a report on debt collection and providing proper tools to the committee to do proper oversight regarding the payment of overtime, where the finance department is still lacking, the finance department's major challenge is to receive the cooperation of other departments within the metro. For example, in most cases where the metro was sued and judgment was given, the creditor the interest on the court order at the end of the day is the same amount as the principal debt. If the judgment can be provided to the finance department by the legal department earlier, we will not have been dealt with over 16 million rand in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Through you, Honourable Speaker, City Manager, you are the head of the administration and you are accountable that departments of this metro work together and be effective. But unfortunately, you are nowhere to be seen. Barring one, you have never attended any of the Section 80 Finance Committee meetings as from last year, and your track record are even worse on other Section 79 and 80 committees. It is high time that the city manager started being accountable in his position and started implementing the budget and financial recovery plan in this metro. Through you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Executive Mayor, you are the political leader within this metro. Amongst other duties, according to Section 56 of the Municipal Structures Act, you must review the performance of the metro in order to improve the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of the municipality, the efficiency of the credit control and revenue and debt collection services, and implement M bylaws. Respectfully, Executive Mayor, you are not attending to these duties, and respectfully, the old excuse that you are not that you have not been long in your position will not suffice anymore. You are now in the position for almost 2 years. Please start to be the political leader in this metro. Start implementing the budget and financial recovery plan. You only have 2 months left in this financial year to do that. And by the look of things, if we continue on the path that we are, we will have to pay back much more than the 140 million of the previous year back to National Treasury regarding our grants. In addition, it would humbly seem that your investment summon, on which most probably you spent the over 90% on your office budget, did not bear any fruit. Please stop talking and start doing. Hopefully the city manager as administrative head and the executive mayor as political head of Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality will turn the ship around in the next 2 months. Otherwise, it will most definitely be very difficult to support a new budget, which will most definitely be unfunded if we continue in the same way as currently. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Botma.
Thank you, Speaker, Honourable Councillor Matai, through you, Executive Mayor. We are at the end of the third quarter of this financial year of 24-25. Therefore, 75% of the year has passed. We should have a very good indication now of what our financial position will be at the end of the financial year. But the report tabled us show a gloomy picture, to say the least. Our revenue actually shows a small deviation from the projected budget amount, but the problem is that we are not billing the expected amount regarding electricity, 486 million variance. This is a cumbersome, to say the least. The other concern is that we do not have a valid valuation role and that we lack the full capacity of personnel to execute this function. The Metro municipality has a total property value of 131 billion rand, generating 1.9 billion rates per annum. So we need people there to look after this big money. The expenditure total shows a variance of 1.295 million, resulting in a deficit of 811 million, where the predicted surplus should have been 496 million, a total deviation there of 1.3 billion rand. If the other gains and subsidies, of course, is taken into account, it's alarming as it is the position after 9 months. The question is obvious. Will the municipality be able to turn it around in the fourth quarter? Main concerns of myself is the employment cost. We all know that the municipality does not have an approved organogram, and I make this the main reason for us not being able to control the employee cost. There is acting allowances paid to 4,002 employees in the municipality. More GMs are paid acting allowances than actual incumbent GM officials. This leads to poor performance and the waste of precious funds. Overtime and payments to consultants to execute functions is another factor. We must apply the organogram as the IDP indicated. The part of the who must do what. The following variances are over expenditure. Bulk purchases 275 million, inventory 888 million, depreciation 179 million, debts written off 386 million. All of those, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to actually explain because it's going to be unauthorized expenditure and the AG is going to pick this up. The capital expenditure report shows again that we will not spend our approved budget. The total amount of 427 compared to the 109 billion, 1.009 billion, leaving 581 million underspent for this 9 months. My colleague actually elaborated on that. The most worrying factor is the conditional grants, where the balance is this stage at 677 million. Therefore, it's inevitable that we will again be returning funds to the National Treasury, where the community will suffer again and deprive and deny most essential infrastructure. I must mention that we need to generate our own funds to be able to improve our most needed infrastructure. This can only be done through financial discipline and to generate surpluses on our trade account. Mr. Speaker, I requested the CFO to include a report of financial recovery plan on all future meetings so we can actually see how we're faring and what requirements we do need to, according to the National Treasury in this regard. Mr. Speaker, the other grave concern is, of course, the 12.8 billion debtors. The amount is again grown with 445 million in this quarter. It is irrespective of the debt incentive scheme currently running. The most worrying factor is the amount indicated as more than 120 days, 11 billion. We can only hope that the appointed debt collectors will execute a mandate and collect some of the 9 billion rand. Then we can actually use that money on from our resources to actually fund much needed infrastructure and capital expenditure, and of course repairs and maintenance. If we keep on like this, Mr. Speaker, our repairs and maintenance is deteriorating because we can only afford about 3%, where it should be 8%. If we do not spend 8% on our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, we will have dilapidated infrastructure as we are actually experiencing. Mr. Speaker, the Mayor did, in his presentation, actually acknowledge that there is a current problem with our financials. Mr. Speaker, I just conclude that we can take note of this report as it is a very true reflection of the financial situation. No guns were actually spared. The CFO and the people who compiled this report is very precise, and we actually acknowledge that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. We are sitting with a dilemma here. I think one of the things that we need to respond to is what is the purpose of the budget? What is the budget intending to do? Because my understanding is that the budget's intention is to make sure that it addresses the socio-economic challenges that the municipalities faced with or the communities faced with. And it also must address the economic growth of the particular municipality so that the municipality must be self-sustainable. But in this particular case, we seem not to be anywhere near that element. We have held investment summit. We have not yet anything that the summit was addressing, because the mayor didn't address whether the investors that said they are going to invest in these cities, how far are they? What are the bottlenecks? What are the things that they need us to implement for them to be able to come? We need that meeting, or there must be an establishment of such a committee that will make sure that those investors, they live up to their promises. And we should also not force them to come, but we should also lay a foundation for them to come quickly, because there are opportunities. It must also inspire others to come after them when they realize the challenges that, or the consequence of not coming to that particular city, because others are occupying the space. We have not been able to address that issue. If it has been addressed, but it has never brought to the attention of this council. So the council is in the dark about the entire process, and the council should have been updated about the entire process. The issue of employee cost in this municipality, I don't know whether is it something that the council or the mayor is unable to stop because of it is so chronic that for you to stop it, you'll have to collapse the system. Or is it a problem of rebellion from the administration? Or is it an issue that it is beyond your control, but you are trying to manage it, but you have not brought it to the attention of the council to say, I'm faced with this particular challenge, I need your intervention in this particular issue. I've been trying to keep the employee costs, but I seem not to be winning. Can all the brains come together, even in the finance committee, just to address this issue, because it needs to be brought to a standstill. It can't go on as if everything is normal, unless we are saying we are normalizing abnormal things. And that is not the impression I have about this institution. I think all of us, we are here to fix all the problems that the municipality is faced with, not to deepen the crisis that it finds itself in. Or we should not leave it in a worse condition than the way we found it, at least if we are trying. The issue of overspending of 26% on outsourced services, it shows that it's 26 million. And it says, and that 26 million is an overspending. It means for every 1 million, there was an overspending of 1%. Now, it is telling you that we have overspent about 26 million, which is 26%, on a budget that was already less than maybe even 1 million. But we have overspent, and there seems not to have been someone who says, can you stop this, or who can make an intervention. You never even ask for maybe vehement, in terms of vehement policy, to say we need assistance in this particular issue, because I don't think there was this budget that was made for this particular service of also services. The issue of the provincial debt, Mayor, I think you are too casual on this matter. You are very casual. You are treating these people as if they are holy. And the issue here is that they can't supervise the institution that they owe. Even National Treasury, they cannot supervise the institution that they owe, or that they themselves are helping to collapse. That is all I'm raising with you, and I'm pleading with you that National Treasury should be brought to book here, and they must account for this particular issue. I know I've already exceeded my time. I'm just finalizing. I'm worried about unspent grants. Unspent grants, because there seems to be a tendency in Mangaung that we are keeping the grant so that the grant must generate interest. And from that interest, it's either we turn it into a salary, or we turn it into an opportunity of spending for other issues. Now, this is a conditional grant. We have asked for it for a particular purpose. Communities waiting for a service, we seem to be failing our own people in terms of the way we are abusing that grant. So I will plead with the mayor to look at the issue of the grant, because it seems lucrative when people declare it under reserves, but I can assure you we are abusing the grant, and we might end up forfeiting it if we don't spend it according to the way it was intended, because there was a request to that effect. That is my humble submission, and I plead that the mayor should not forget what I've raised, because I'm jealous about this city. I love it, and I want to see Mangaung rising again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mongale. Councillor Verveer.
Speaker, firstly, I want to draw your attention to page 7 on the agenda. The recommendation 1 of this report, it states that the item should only be approved, but it usually gets noted. And then the recommendation incorrectly refers to the first quarter, whereas it should refer to the third quarter. Can this just be corrected? And then I start with my speech. Honourable Speaker, and all protocols observed, the Freedom Front Plus is asking the following clarity-seeking questions about the budget and performance assessment report for the quarter ended 31 March 2025. For revenue and expenditure variances, the total revenue is 12.9 million rand lower than the projected target, and the total expenditure is 1.2 billion rand higher than the projected target on the operating budget. Honourable Mayor, through you, Honourable Speaker, how will this metro recover from a deficit of over 1.3 billion rand on its operating budget in the last 3 months of this financial year? Is it not clear that the projected revenue on electricity, rental income and solid waste management was inflated in the budget, seeing that there is an unfavourable revenue variance of over 465 million rand on electricity charges, 4.7 million rand on rental income, and 1.5 million rand on solid waste. Is the ANC-led administration still of the view that this operating budget is funded, because it is clear to the Freedom Front Plus that it's not? Did we not warn this council from the beginning that this budget is not funded? And then overtime. Why was unauthorized spending on overtime of over 115 million rand yet again allowed, resulting in overtime payments in a total amount of over 181 million rand in the first 3 quarters of this financial year? Why was the overspending on overtime allowed in the office of the Executive Mayor of over 2.5 million rand, corporate service of over 5 million rand, community service of over 34 million rand, technical service of over 21 million rand, and public safety in the amount of 24 million rand? Who is authorizing these payments? Honourable Mayor, through you, Honourable Speaker, can the Freedom Front Plus assume that the ANC-led government has no political will to reduce the overspending on overtime? Will you agree, Honourable Mayor, that the Executive, City Manager and the heads of departments have now officially lost control over the workforce of the Metro? Capital expenditure. Why did we again only spend just over 427 million rand of our budgeted capital expenditure in the first 3 quarters, being only 31.67% of the approved budget of 1.3 billion rand for the financial year? How will service delivery in the Metro ever be restored if community service only spent 9.71%, planning only 36.85%, human settlements only 8.86%, technical service only 40.93%, water only 44.8%, and public safety only 29.45% of their capital budget in the first 3 quarters of the financial year? Is the project management unit fulfilling its mandate to oversee these capital projects? Honourable Mayor, through you, Honourable Speaker, is the underspending of our capital budget due to poor management, or are the capital funds being utilised to cover the overspending in the operating budget? Risk factors. What measures will be taken to reduce water losses, standing at 42% in the first 3 quarters? How can this administration request an increase of 11% in the water tariff for the next financial year, while our water losses are standing at 42%? What measures will be taken to avoid the possible unauthorized expenditure of over 19 million rand by the Metro Security Services and 33 million rand by the Refuse Removal Directorate? Why was it allowed that fruitless and wasteful expenditure be accumulated to over 16 million rand due to the interest paid on outstanding creditors' accounts? Is it not a further indication that the Metro does not have the cash flow to pay its creditors and that the operating budget is not funded? Lastly, the debtors report. Will the installation of prepaid meters be prioritised, seeing that the outstanding debt of water stands at 4.6 billion rand? What are the reasons for the slow recovery of the outstanding government debt, standing at 1.6 billion rand? What corrective measures will be implemented to increase our collection rate, standing at only 75.58%? Lastly, Honourable Speaker, will these questions by the Freedom Front be answered? And if so, when will we receive the answers? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Supi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I was preparing myself to go to the loo, but you gave an instruction that you must continue the item. Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip of ANC, Councillor Master. Baagi ba motse o phahameng wa Ward 4 re la le lona kgotsa ke la le lona morago ga dintšho tse di latelang. Re Ephraim Pitso Nyokong e le sebapadi se se tonna hela Se se manontlhotlho sa kgwele ya dinao sa Royal Knights. Ba bantsi ba na mmitsa ka Pisto. Wa bobedi ke Rre Kgosi ba bang ba mmitsa Timer. Plakis. O siala ha se le ka kwano. O meteletseng ko pele ke rraagwe mogolo. E bong uom or action. Ona tsentse letsogo mo kgweleng ya dinao ya setlhopha sa rona se le gona ntse re sellela sa Bloemfontein Celtics. Wa boraro ke mme Ditholesello o ile moagi wa ntlha wa mme go kgweetsa bus ya interstate. Executive Mayor, item 72.2, section 52D, for the quarter ended March 2025. The result relating to the various source groups totaling revenue is having an impact on a number of indicators, which are based on total revenue. The expenditure of the capital budget has also an additional influence in the indicators. This report, Executive Mayor, is a compliance of Section 52D of the Municipal Financial Management that informs the Mayor to submit a quarterly report to the Council within 30 days after the end of each quarter. The report must detail the budget implementation and the financial state of the municipality. Ya no ke ipotsa a speaker. O bana ka English ere. The mayor must implement and submit a financial statement. This report is in details about the implementation and the state of the affairs of municipality. Mongale, Councillor Mongale, the executive mayor utlwile ka tsebe e le thwethwe hore so se bua ka grant ebe se se ko se tlhogolong go bona gona grant e sebediswa ka tsela e tshwantseng e dirisiwe ka teng. Ka letsatsi le tla be re hulaga la ka moso e leng letsatsi la ntlha la kgwedi ya May, babereki ba re dutseng ka bone mo re bateletseng ko pele ba tla ba tsile ba tsene letsholo ba ile go constata go a go leboga le gone go celebrate May Day. Honorable Speaker.
Okay, let me take a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, on a serious matter, really, this is traumatizing. We can't be on announcement now. The Honorable Speaker is busy, blah, 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 blah. That is an announcement, those things that she's making there. Please, Honorable Speaker, let's stay by the rules of the House. Please. Ndade, awa.
Now proceed, Honorable.
No, you speak. You are still within your 5 minutes. The period, creditors' payment period, Speaker, is lower than the norm of 30 days to settle creditors, which indicated that the Metro has improved on their revenue collection and cash flow for the paying of creditors within the norm 30 days. This report, I submit to the Council to approve the report as it is. Thank
you, Councillor Supi. Councillor Ramatlam.
Ke lebile motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke ne ke re ho le mogotla wa Ward 4 re utlwile ka ramane le CDFM ho batluwa sebohudi se tla hasa dipitsa bafu. That was on a lighter note, Councillor. Speaker, to be honest, today I seem to be highly disorganized. If it is not my misplaced notes, your time is dealing with me. But however, this time around, I want to finish before my 5 minutes lapses. Speaker, you know, one of the problems that we'll forever encounter as this council, if we're not going to be strict to some of us in this house, there will never be change. It can never be correct that we are sitting with a Section 57 manager in this council who has the ability to get a score of 100% on his KPIs. And yet the Section 56 managers, all of them are unable to perform to the minimum. And we clap hands for that. It's wrong. And there will never be direction in this municipality. I think it's high time that the city manager wakes up, because every time, half of the time when I see him sitting here, he's sleeping. Now, let me quickly go to the numbers of this report when I speak. Corporate services, with an adjusted budget of 6.8 million and over 6.6 million already spent, the departments boosts a 76% expenditure rate. But where is the visible results? If all we are doing is paying salaries without delivery, then this department is nothing more than a cost center without value. When it comes to the community services, we're entering the realm of reckless spending. Adjusted budget of 42,968,234. Actual spend is 57,890,000. A shocking overspend. The variance is 34,890,000, and spending has hit 99%. What is this department spending on? Are libraries better stocked? Are community halls maintained? No. Our people are seeing no improvement despite this expenditure. And perhaps the most shameful statistic belongs to the human settlement, a directorate that is literally determines whether the people have roof over their heads or not. Adjusted budget of 442 million, spent to date 286 million, leaving over 40% of funds untouched and a year-on-year variance of 81%. This is not financial mismanagement. It is a direct attack on the dignity of the poor in a city of shack dwellers and leaking RDP homes. This is a total betrayal. On overtime, Honorable Speaker, overtime abuse, poor finance performance, and false reporting. Let us now turn to some of other systematic failures. 181 million spent on overtime, more than what many departments spend on their core work. This is a complete failure in workforce planning and time management. Employee costs overspent by 94 million, yet there's no visible improvement in municipal operations. 8.9 million claimed in expenditure that cannot be linked to any real observable delivery on the ground. Like we said in the previous tabling of reports, in the absence of implementation, nothing will look good, Honorable Mayor. In the absence of consequence management, the status quo will remain the same, Honorable Mayor. People can keep on failing to spend grants and nothing happens to them, to a point that they come to this chamber to justify the non-spending of grants. Thank you very much, Speaker. 10 seconds, 9 seconds left. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ramatama. Councillor Kruger.
Honorable Speaker, let me just fix my gadget as well. I don't want the challenges of Councillor Mpo. On a lighter note, of course. Honorable Speaker, as the overseer of finance from a political point of view, as the MMC, this third quarter report is not a good report. And that one we can't even debate. We are here to fix. We are not here to sugarcoat. You see, Honorable Speaker, we still operate from the premise of FRP. So we must understand where we are and where we emanate from as a municipality. Revenue becomes key in terms of revenue collection. I think Councillor Viviers has summed it up already in terms of his 9 or 10 points that is highlighted. But it is imperative to also to provide context to issues, to clarify the picture holistically. Indeed, when you look at a collection rate of 76%, where we should at least strive for 84%, because 95% is the norms and standard as per National Treasury. We are not there. Now, when we talk about revenue collection, it almost seems like we are using it to shield, but I don't think even our communities will understand the importance of us as consumers, as residents, to pay for our services. Because this revenue that we are making reference of, our own revenue, there's certain projects in a municipality that is not covered by grants, because grants comes with conditions. We make reference to the city of potholes. Let me clarify, Honorable Speaker. Roads and stormwater, it's a rates-funded function. Low payment rates impact on maintenance budget, economic revitalization and customer awareness, and relevant spending are necessary to ensure that we keep the road safe. It simply says, Honorable Speaker, if we don't collect revenue, how on earth are we going to fund projects like one project, I'm just mentioning, roads and stormwater in terms of potholes? So when we give a picture, let's give the complete picture. We have done a debt incentive scheme. We have done indigent register. Now some councillor will come and say, we are not focused on the end user, on the resident. We must not use this platform to grandstand. On policies, councillors, us as public office bearers have an equal obligation to make sure that policies are people-centric. Are you telling me that our debt incentive scheme are not people-centric? Are you telling me our indigent policy are not people-centric? We have done all these things to assist our residents. But what becomes the responsibility of a resident? Because before we make demands, we must understand the purse. Before a child can request from mommy and daddy, you must understand the budget they emanate from. We do not receive the revenue in the city. We have a debtors book of 12 billion. And from that 12 billion, we can appropriate 8.6 billion to residential debt. Now I'm asking you, with that debtors book, is the playing field level? Is it simply just to say people did not do their work? No. We must understand that, but are we using it as an excuse? Definitely not. That is why we have an accounting officer. We need answers to say that, but what is the policies in place? But from a financial point of view, we had the debt incentive, we had indigent register, all these things to assist. Now we come to expenditure. When you need to control your expenditures, basic accounting. We say there's a 1 billion overspending in terms of roads and in terms of technical services department. But let's contextualize. The budget that was allocated, was it adequate to begin with? Because unfortunately, if you look at the asset base that Mangaung runs, unfortunately, our budget is becoming smaller. Why? Because of things like we don't collect the correct revenue. And in terms of your capital expenditure budget, we do not spend accordingly. Now, I'm not going to over-elaborate on CAPEX because it was already done by the previous councillors. I am asking as the MMC for finance and emanating from the political house of the ANC. We are saying, yes, there's contributing factors. There's high vacancy rate. We know all these contributing factors. But we ask, to what extent, city manager, do you impose your performance management that you have with your HODs? To what extent do we use that? So that when we give a response, let it be a balanced response. Yes, there's a high vacancy rate. Yes, we know some of the skills we lack, some of the skills we struggle to attract as a city because people do not want to reside in certain cities. Something as simple as a portal can even divert economic development. So I am saying, yes, all these things are there. But are we improving? I know my time is up, but the speaker is still listening. Don't stress, Councillor. I am saying we are moving towards, we have improved on many parts. And let me conclude by saying, the debt that we pay to Val Central,
We pay to Val Central between 90 and 102 million for water on a monthly basis, which we honor. We pay 35 million 3 times a year, which equates to 105 million for historic debt. So this is the picture I'm saying to the residents of Mangaung. Unfortunately, before you can improve, we must redress and rectify the mistakes that was made in the past. And this is the picture that we sit with currently. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Whilst we are still on the platform, is this item for approval or not?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is for approval, and we just want to rectify the first recommendation on page 7 of the agenda. It should read the last sentence of the first recommendation. It should read for the third quarter and not for the first quarter, as was alluded by the councillor from the Freedom Front. Thank you.
Thank you. Ntate Moholo, ke bona ntse o distributa di-form a re bua ka tšhelete ebe ke tsa two-pot system o batla gore collapse. You can conclude.
Thank you. Let me just browse on the issues that were raised. Just on if you look at the agenda, I think at the tail end of the speaker's report, you'd find that I think it had, unless if this one was rectified, around issues of questions that were raised. Ntate Mongale, I just want to zoom straight to you. The issue of investors emanating from the summit that we had. We did issue out lens for people to express interest, if you remember that. And we also did request people to express their interest beyond the land that we have, advertised that the municipality has. There are areas where we have enormous land around Unisi, around Bensflay, around quite a number of areas where some people are actually residing on some of those pieces of land that are not theirs. So we are saying those expressions came along all the precedent, the properties, as well as our empty factories that are there that aren't utilized. We're at a point where processes are making sure that selections are recommended, so that all the proper protocol to arrive at are followed, so that we mustn't find ourselves in a situation where we are looking at getting these investors on our side, but then the procedure get trampled upon. But I must indicate that I think in the next council, as we bring the report that was requested by DA on the expenditures around the summit and its little babies like the endeavors, we'll also then finish the council with where we are. We are indeed looking forward, because key to what we need to do is to ensure that we really do create employment. There was also a burning issue around the issue of overtime. It should be noted that it is the same overtime that cost us audit query. Our performance was to a great extent, but not to be undermined by this issue of overtime. I want to use correct English. There are things that we call problems, but there are certain things that are called endemic. That's English. I'm not an Englishman, but I think that's English. When something is endemic, to recollect it, you must really go deeper and leave no stone unturned, and make sure that at the time when you bring it to normality, it will never rise again. The issue of overtime was not just a challenge or a problem, it was endemic. I don't think we're living outside the metro. I've interacted with this issue day one as I entered this building. That was my reception. If you go outside this building and you look at its glassy nature, you'll find that it is smashed. And part of the smashing was as a result of the demand in and around issues of overtime, in some cases unwarranted, at some point justified and genuine. But I was on media demonstrating that the endemic nature of overtime went filtrate to even pay people outside the employ of the municipality, that you could not touch and feel their existence in this metro. All those things combined allude to how we should actually refine, clean, and ensure that we deal with the issues of overtime. Now, the officials, in putting their effort, they then introduce what we call shift system. The piggyback or advantage on this issue of overtime is also insurmountable, subject to the amount of the workforce we have, which is limited, just less than 40%. By its nature would invite overtime. And that's where the naughtiest of them all and corrupt element will actually take advantage of that. I'm raising this just to demonstrate that it's not an issue that it should just be looked at as if we are not attending to it. So the introduction of shift system is going to indeed help us to now regularize the issue of overtime in such a way that it must come to an end. We need to stop it. We just have to stop this element. I would want to remind the council speaker the period when the intervention team was still with us. Councillors wouldn't come to this building to either even come and pay their dues or do some council work. It would be under difficult conditions. You would find workers standing outside demanding at all material time. I came at a time when the city hall was being revamped from being banned. I cannot even account to why. But digging deep, I realized that it had also some elements of overtime. So when acting on some of these things, you must also protect lives and property. To be able that at a time when you nip it on the bud, nothing is lost, lives are not lost, normality has reached home. And also protecting the resources of the municipality, even at the level of money. But I must give my weight that the issue of overtime is really coming to something that should be an issue of the past. And will literally not actually leave the council outside reporting it, but councillors. Honestly speaking, despite the fact that there could be some amount of millions spent on it, the character of overtime compared to our recent past show some signs of some development. But we are dealing with an endemic situation here. I want to also speak deal with the issue of consequence management. It has come from different political parties. It is what we need to deal with. If I had the energy, I would actually deal with political parties first on consequence management. Maybe I should demonstrate what do I mean by that. You know, to have a speaker sitting there, it took us 6 months as this council. It literally took us 6 months. Rather than I should be attending to some of the duties, I was attending court proceedings for 6 months. Literally for 6 months. To appoint the city manager, it took me more than 9 months. 9 solid months. And where was that challenge coming from? From the same councillors and the council and political parties. It was a terrible situation. So sometimes when we really put some form of criticism against the happenings, we must not forget that that in itself requires consequence management from our side. How much time do we waste fighting one another than putting systems in place? So we're reaping the results somehow. Because the time we spent to get the officials to be in place, it would have been the time we spent to actually get the actual people that are grinding what the officials should reap from. We don't have a middle management. We're still working on making sure that we actually arrive at the organogram, the micro and macro structure, in order to make this, the work of the council successful. But all in the name of not also allowing those that were an intervention team to do their work. But that does not take away the truth of what councillors are saying at the level of the management, where work was not properly attended to. Action must be taken. As to what form of action, it will determine on the degree and the content of what is tabled before the processes. But I know what councillors are worried about. For all what I could say to you is that I think the clarion call that we need to begin to close ranks and work together is something that I'll take home and is the best. That is the best way of looking at things, and that, Speaker, it would really make me sleep on my pillow. Other than that, colleagues, most of the issues that we have raised, for me, they sound a take-home. A take-home in a sense that when I have meetings with the officials, I'm able to now make reference to the knowledge economy, the observation, and some challenges that we have put before us. I must indicate, you probably might be giving yourself a pat at the back to have sounded harsh. I'm not worried about the form. I'm more concerned about the content. And that's a take home for me. And that's what will make this city works. And that's what will make a legacy that all of us can celebrate. We progress through the difference of opinions, without which we cannot move forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive. Executive Mayor. That concludes the discussion on this item. Councillor should be supported by Councillor Krug. I have already moved that we should adopt or approve the recommendations as listed here. That Council approve the report on the implementation of the budget and financial state of affairs of the municipality for the third quarter, not first, third quarter of 2024-25, ended 31st March 2025, and that the report be submitted to the National Treasury and be published on the municipal website. May I now see hands of those in support of that recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Abstentions? Thank you. Those in favor is 71, Those against, 2 abstentions, 2. The recommendations will be carried as they are. Councillors, I now want us to take a 5 or 10 minutes break, but I'm afraid I am still having 27 speakers on our orderly paper here. Let's take a break. It's 13:31 and be back at 13:40. Thank you. Thank you once again, councillors. Um, we are back. We are 58. We will proceed. Let's resume our debates. We are now on item 3. I will acknowledge Councillor Ferreira as the first speaker on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All protocols observed. Questions relating to the formal written quotation for above 30,000 Rand, January to March of the supply chain report. Point number 5, an appointment of a consultant service provider to assist with a feasibility study of an already established Mangaung Police Department. How can it be correct to pay 700,000 to do a feasibility study on an already established Mangaung Municipal Police Department? In 2017, National Treasury already advised against the Metro Police because we cannot afford it. Also in our Mangaung cost containment policy, under point 16, use of consultants, an assessment must first confirm that the municipality does not have the requisite skills or resources in its full-time employment to perform the function that a consultant will have to carry out. Mangaung cost containment policy states that Mangaung should first insource before outsourcing. Do we really not have any full-time lawyers employed in Mangaung Metro that can do this feasibility study? Now, questions relating to panel procurement, January to March, supply chain. Point number 7, the back to school campaign line item. We as the DA would like to know, for 375,000 and 100,000 Rand worth of catering, which schools were helped? How did the Metro help? And is this a long-term positive impact project for these schools? And then again, who was the 100,000 catering for? For the schools or for the children? For who? In point number 15, unblocking of drains, repair of leakages, replace toilet pots at Botshabelo for 200,000 Rand. Point number 16, unblocking of drains, repair of leakages, replace of toilet pots at Dr. Molamela Stadium for 400,000. Point number 17, open order for plumbing, maintenance around Mangaung for 300,000. Speaker, can we please get details on these repairs, on where they were done, so we can go do oversight? Seeing is believing in this Mangaung Metro. Point number 23, bid 613, 2020 to 2021. Point number 24, bid 653, 2020 to 2021. Point number 27, bid 652, 2020 to 2021. Speaker, as you can hear, these are all catering bids older than 3 years. According to the FMMA, bids should be redone every 3 years. Why are we still using old bid tenders, especially for catering? Point 31, 35, and 38 of the investment summit. We spent 350,000 on catering, another 410,000, and then another 317,000. Together more than R1 million on this investment summit. Where did we get the budget for this investment summit on the 19th to 20th? But the mayor did say he's going to give us a report on that, so we're waiting for that report. According to our cost containment policy, we can also only cater if a meeting is longer than 5 hours. But we spend more than 640,000 on catering at events in Mangaung this last quarter. Was catering realistically required at all these events? And then, Speaker, my last problem in this report is there is no indigent burials in this report. There is nothing in the report on indigent burials. Is Mangaung Metro not assisting with indigent burials? It's like we are only eating here in Mangaung. Speaker, take note. We take note of this report and that the ANC is only getting fat in this Mangaung Metro from eating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferreira. Councillor Botma.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Honourable Councillor Matai, and through you to the Executive Mayor. We are presented here with a report that indicated the progress of the implementation of the Council Supply Chain Management Policy. My colleague actually went into detail, and I will only then just give us some high-level overview from my side. Therefore, we can only note the contents of the report, but I would like to emphasize the following. We took note of all the sittings of the 3 bid committees and are pleased to see that only one sitting of the bid specification committee was not held as there was no quorum. This is a vast improvement on the previous report where several meetings could not be held for the same reason. We actually emphasized the very importance thereof. Speaker, the city manager must monitor these sittings of bid committees very carefully and monitor their performance. This is a very important part of the supply chain procedure. And this is where incorrect procedures followed can lead to an investigation of misconduct and even criminal charges, always one of the first areas that the Auditor General will investigate. We are actually very aware of the importance, and the Auditor General is always, that is the first thing he actually stops just after he's done the audit plan. Speaker, we have taken note of the tender awards as stipulated, and classified well indicated, and we must commend that it is a very thorough document. We have also noted the deviations as per section 36.1 and 36.2 on the supply chain management policy. Both the items labeled as sole suppliers. Speaker, we trust that this is the only 2 deviations because there is 5 instances where deviations can actually still be allowed. So if there is anyone else, we would very much like to see it tabled as such. The quarterly inventory count was shows the stock turnover rate, and the note has been taken, and we can actually see the movement of the stock. So we are very aware of that, and we take note of that. Mr. Speaker, yes, last time you actually mentioned that can sometimes be giving praise to where praise is due, but this is a good report. But we would just like to give some advice from my side, because we are here, Mr. Speaker, to actually see that it works. Because if something goes wrong in supply chain management, it can go horribly wrong and very quickly. So we must really always be on top of it. So from my side, I would just like to mention that 1 or 2 things that is important. Capacitate the unit. Mr. Speaker, we need to actually see that the unit is well capacitated. All of the personnel must be appointed, and senior personnel as well. This must be our flagship, actually. This is where we can actually move forward in our financial discipline. The second one is a procurement plan. It's been mentioned that we must have a procurement plan, and I think the Executive Mayor actually mentioned as well, but this is a very, very important document. We need in-time planning. And remember that, what we actually mentioned previously is that if we do not have a time-line planning in a procurement plan, we can actually lead to where we are at the moment, where we don't spend our conditional grants. Then lastly, training. I'm always very much in favor of training and seeing that the personnel is capacitated. So we would like to actually see that all training is available and as often as possible and constantly be implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we take note of this report, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Botma. Councillor Ferreira, I heard you say the ANC is getting fed, and I'm looking at Councillor Shine Banyani and Councillor Mabena and Councillor Munari. Those councillors are very slim. Councillor Malebu.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Speaker, the economic freedom fighters rise with a clear and focused voice to address the state of supply chain management within the Mangaung Metro Municipality. We want to begin by stating unequivocally that we have no objection to the appointment of bid committee. In fact, we welcome proper structure and process, but only if it is transparent and accountable. On the matter of tenders less than 1 million, we acknowledge and appreciate that the most procurement reflected in the recent report falls well within this threshold. In fact, a significant number of the tenders are below even 100,000, showing effective control at lower levels. On this, we give credit where it's due. However, we cannot ignore the elephant in the room, the legal fees. The report reveals a deeply troubling pattern. Almost every single appointed legal firm has invoiced or received over 2 million, some even far more. What we are witnessing is not only unsustainable, it is a disgrace. It is shameful that in a municipality struggling with service deliveries failures, housing backlogs and infrastructure collapse, we are comfortably spending millions on legal battles, some of which are the results of our own administrative incompetence. Why is the municipality always in court? Why do we spend more on lawyers than on potholes, libraries, or informal settlements upgrades? This council must introspect, and the SCM unit must be the first department to do so. What kind of supply chain system allows such skewed spending? And who is accountable? Speaker, I must appoint bid committees, but make them public. Award small tenders, but monitor them for value. Stop bleeding money on legal contracts that serve no one but law firms. We call for a full review of all legal appointments over the last 24 months, including names of firms, amounts paid, and the nature of service rendered and outcomes. This is public money, and the public has a right to know. In conclusion, the EFF stands firm. We will support any process that brings transparency, efficiency, and justice to SCM in this municipality. But we will never be silent when public money is squandered under the appearance of procedure. Let us fix this system before it collapses under its own weight. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Verveer.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker and all protocols observed. Let me start by saying this. The quality of this report is simply unacceptable. The language, grammar, and formatting are riddled with errors. Some sentences are so poorly written, I genuinely cannot determine what is being said. This is a formal council document. It reflects the integrity and the professionalism of this metro, and this kind of carelessness cannot be allowed to continue. Beyond the technical issues, what is more shocking is the sheer volume of outsourcing reflected in this report. Mangaung is a metro municipality. We are supposed to have the internal capacity to handle many of these functions, yet we are constantly outsourcing core services that should be performed in-house. This not only represents poor financial management, but also a missed opportunity to create sustainable jobs for the residents of Mangaung. Below are a few troubling examples. Town planning consultants. Appointment of a town planner at SIC PLIN rates with an available budget of 3.6 million rand. One contract awarded to BVI Consulting Engineers. Another identical appointment awarded to SIT CON. Why are these core planning roles not handled internally? Outsourcing of basic services. BenTech appointed for unblocking drains, leak repairs, and toilet pot replacements in Botshabelo, 200,000 rand. Lehanu Constructions, same services for 400 4,200 rand. I'm so sorry for that. It's 4,200 rand. And then emergency plumbing maintenance, Metro vouch for 300,000 rand. These are routine services. Why are we outsourcing this work instead of employing internal teams? And then the back to school campaigns expenditures. Catering for 105,000 rand. Campaign activities 375,000 rand and 295,000 rand purposes uncleared. Meanwhile, children in Mangaung still use pit toilets and attend school without proper shoes. These funds should have addressed basic needs and dignity. And then the investment summit expenditures. The pre-summit activities by Sunaku Events was 8,597 rand. Catering by RIL Corporation 350,000 rand and 3,836 rand. Meranzi Trading is 410,000 rand and 317,000 rand unspecified. The total estimate cost for the summit was 1,090,000 rand 426 rand. Was this worth the investment? What measurable benefit did it bring to the metro? Further consultant appointments, Mindshape Development appointed as health and safety consultant for a roads and stormwater upgrade, project T1522, again a role that should exist in-house. Are all these service providers based in the Free State? Are they even from the Mangaung Metro? If not, we are outsourcing opportunities that should uplift our local economy. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus is not just raising complaints. We are demanding accountability. This municipality cannot afford to waste money on bloated outsourcing while our residents face poor service delivery and rising unemployment. It is time to build internal capacity, spend wisely, and put our people first. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. On this issue, I want to start firstly by sounding controversial. I've seen the name of an attorney on page 12 that deals with the supply chain report, where he says encaising attorneys. I don't know whether we're talking about the same encaising that was about to be charged by a municipality and then who left here out of an out-of-court settlement with the municipality. If it's him, it means the more things change, the more they remain the same. There is no intention of dealing with corruption in this institution, but instead the corrupt are being rewarded and promoted to status that is way above their capacity. And if it is true, I remember Professor Lumumba when he said, we have trusted hyenas with the sheep, with the goats, the correct quotation, with the goats, and we wonder why the goats are being consumed. Loosely translated, we have trusted people that loves looting with state resources or public funds. And we wonder why those funds are being looted. And when they disappear, we wonder why. We ask ourselves so many questions. How did we got it wrong? While we are the ones who planted the seed of corruption by allowing it to thrive. But if he's not the man I'm referring to, I apologize for casting an aspersion to an institution that has all the good intentions of giving a proper service. If it's not the Nkaiseng who was a former HOD. Then when it comes to the reporting line on this document, there was a time when the mayor of this municipality had an engagement with me in the council where I said, Majoro, if you want us to support your budget, you must declare this budget for the people of Mangaung. The right English I used, I said, you must dedicate this budget to the people of Mangaung. Which the intention is that the economy of this council must benefit the people of Mangaung. If there are tenders being issued in this metro, those tenders must benefit the people of Mangaung. And it should not come as a form of charity to the people of Mangaung. It is an obligation to serve the people of Mangaung and also to benefit them economically, because we ask for votes from them. And I'm yet to see a councillor here who I would be told that he's running around in Val with posters campaigning that he wants to be voted in Val or he wants to be voted in Limpopo. That is how disparate that councillor is, or scientific. At the moment, we have no record of such. It means you all get your power from Mangaung, and you must respect the people who elected you. The economy must be about the people of Mangaung. If it's not about the people of Mangaung, we are betraying them, and we are no different from traitors that are taken to shooting range for failing their governments. Because we would have lied to them to say we are acting on your behalf, we are your proxies in the council. Once we get into the council, we forget about them. We remember our cousins in Limpopo, we remember our cousins in Gauteng, we remember our friends in the struggle that are in KwaZulu-Natal, and then we bless them instead of assisting our own people. And when the people are failing to pay for services, we wonder why. It is because there is no economic activity in the community. Once we benefit our people in terms of economy, in terms of tenders and jobs, local people, you'll start to see people paying for services. This debt that you see that the community is owing much, it will disappear. Not immediately, but you'll see a gradual disappearance of that debt because people will be starting to participate in the economy. Here you are expecting miracles. You deny people economic activity, but you expect them to pay for services. Where would they get the money? This is the issues we are raising with you, and I'm pleading with you. There is also an issue, as I conclude, there is also an issue of training of staff that have not been addressed. And if you want the employees that will sabotage you, is the employees that are unhappy in an institution. Those that have been trained, they are eligible for promotions because at least they got exposure. Those that have not been trained, they become disqualified from promotion and they become bitter. And they're the ones that will always leak information, even to us oppositions, if you don't look after them. Now I'm raising this issue to say, even if you don't want to agree with me, worry about your back door. Now, there is a land dispute that is happening there next to Moteo TVET in Blumanda, where there are two companies that Mangaung has appointed. One company has been appointed for a mother-to-child hospital. There is another company that is also being appointed for a mother-to-child hospital in the same place. One of them has paid money somewhere in 2016. They have paid 700,000. Another one for 1 hectare, 700,000. Another one was made to pay 110,000 for 4 hectares. Later on, and if that is not corruption, I don't know what it is. I want a new name for it. Now, this institution must get this house in order. And that calls for the mayor to investigate that matter.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. I apologize if I have rubbed wrong shoulders.
Thank you, Councillor Mongale. Councillor Kruger.
No, Honourable Speaker. Let me first respond to the remark made by the DA councillor in terms of us gaining weight, because I took it very personal. But you know what, Speaker? Even Councillor Mpo, he can attest, even in our days in the Youth League, I always struggled to maintain my weight. So it's not because of this deployment. I carry, comrade. Thank you. No, I just wanted to clarify that one. Because I'm the MMC for finance, and now you say those things, now you check my weight. Please. That was just on a lighter note. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is the third quarter report for supply chain. And I believe by now councillors know the implications of failure to comply with the policy, which is none other than incurring irregular expenditure. This applies failure to implement any MFMA regulations and Systems Act regulations in as far as employee costs are concerned. The supply chain management policy delegates certain powers and functions of decision-making to the accounting officer, the bidding committees, and to the CFO, the award of quotations. The report outlines the execution of the policy in accordance with the delegations as summarized. Honorable councillors, as per the report, 5 meeting of bid specification committee set with 1 not forming a quorum, 17 bid evaluation committee, and 5 bid adjudication committees. 2 objections were registered and responded to. It is therefore assumed that those who objected were clarified as no appeal was received subsequent to that. The aim of our policy is to achieve the transformational agenda and ensuring across-the-board participation of prospective bidders with specific goals, clearly indicating that black local businesses are preferred in order to boost the local economy of Mangaung as per its length and breadth. We have been conscientized by the people living with disabilities that as much as they bid, they have not registered any success in their efforts and pleaded with management to set aside to the extent in it is permissible by legislation and in accordance with specific goals regulations. Accordingly, 2 bids were awarded to companies with CIDB grading 1, between 1 and 4 in the period, whilst 11 were awarded to bidders with CIDB grading 5 and above. The nature of the contracts entered into and as per the policy provisions, subcontracting and sessions are permitted within the limits of the law, thus preventing fronting and complete outsourcing of awarded contracts to unintended bidders. 2 deviations from supply chain management procedures were approved by the accounting officer. Deviation is another process of procurement where direct appointment without any advertisement takes place within the prescripts of the law for emergency, urgent, exceptional cases, work of arts, purchase of animals, or sole providers. Both instances of deviation were under sole providers of the service based on current available services, network, and infrastructure. As per the report, we have noted the appointment of a panel of contractors for the installation of water and sanitation under ISUPG, which in the previous report spent 28.52 overall. This will significantly improve as allocation of projects taking place and expenditure seeing movement. As I conclude, Honourable Speaker, definitely I'm joining the gym. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kruger. That concludes the debate. I am now going to allow the Executive Mayor to reply to questions.
No, Speaker, there are just two critical points that I would want to weigh on. Speaker, the criminality and the adherence to bylaws, by its nature, would require that we have a very well-oiled, effective law enforcement unit. And I know that the issue of the Metro Police was shot down by a national, but there were terms and conditions that dictated that. One of which was our collection rate. And I think that was a bone of contention. There's been an attempt by the Metro to engage the South African police services to try and rid the Metro of criminality. And that range from illegal immigrants, drug peddlers, thugs, criminals of different origin. But once we engage the South African Police Services, Speaker, they work on an arrangement, and once they are done, they leave us with what they would have worked with. You would remember, colleagues, that we engaged them to go and clean the southern dumping site, Lensfield. But if you go there, you'll find that those people have gone back. And the reason mainly is that our law enforcement unit is less than 200 across the metro. They can't sustain that. So we would indeed need a metro police, but I think we need to, all of us, work hard to ensure that the realization of the metro police is incumbent and in tune with our resources, so that it mustn't be something that will come and explode before us. But that we need for purposes of ensuring that the safety and security of our area is there, as well as other duties that relates to what the metro police would do. We'll work hard to realize that. So please, let's not shoot it down as if it's something that we are not entitled to have, if we are to get things right. The issue around who provides services to the metro, I think it is this council that framework the supply chain policy. And I think we need to work towards making sure that our supply chain processes are tilted towards favoring the people of the metro, so that it must be crafted. But I think we must not trample on national standards. We must not trample on national standards because Rapapi, I want to sound Councillor Mungale a little bit. When you are seated at home, you'll realize I was not racist, but when I say it here, it's going to sound that way. You know, white people in this country do business anywhere. Seated as our colleagues here, they've got properties in Cape Town, they could be having companies running somewhere in Mpumalanga, they've got other shares in this and that entity all over the country. They are doing projects here and there. But through black economic empowerment, we still cannot even reach those heights. So what is within reach is the one that can serve those that are living in that area. Now, in that way, it would sound a little bit racist, but they would not have the capacity to have resources to either go and start something that could operate in Mpumalanga. So I understand the sentiments. But those sentiments are to be sentiments that must be discussed by men and women of this country, take into consideration where we come from, and indeed begin to apply. This also takes into consideration work opportunities. You know, this morning, I was with Councillor Mabena. He came early at 7 o'clock, and I didn't realize that it's an early bed like that. So we're discussing around staffing. I brought the provincial offices into the picture to say, honestly speaking, the people who clean and who are general workers must be given the opportunity from Mangaung, even beyond the metro, to those offices and buildings and other operations that are in the metro, for as long as that particular service will be acquired in the metro. Only when we cannot source that particular knowledge economy, then we can access people that are coming from outside. So I actually came out of the scope of professionals, but when it came to literal labor force, even the province must learn to know that those that must be given the opportunity must come from the metro. You can't have a cleaner from Paris. It can't. It can't be. Because the people must work where they are living. But the pattern in this metro and when I talk about this metro, I'm talking about this metro inclusive to it all other offices that are in the metro are operating in a very funny way. If you want to check what I'm talking about, go to N1 and N6 Friday afternoon. Look when government leaves the metro. Either it's a provincial government or it's a metro itself. It leaves the metro and it leaves the province. It goes to different parts of the province and the country. And then it will come back on Monday again. So over the weekend, there's no government in the metro. Not in terms of political leadership, also in terms of the workforce, Prof. We need to find a way of dealing with that. But those are regional sentiments. You might be accused also not of only racism, but also of regionalism. But the truth must hold. So I agree, I understand. But where I am saying is that that should be within the parameters of the law and making sure that we don't trample national standards and we are not seen to be isolating people from afar deliberately. It must be on the basis of policy, and that responsibility lies with what this council must decide upon. And also reach out to those offices that exist in our metro to say, we welcome you as a provincial structure. But please, when it comes to the tedious of work, can you consider the people of the metro? That goes also into the space of business. I agree with that. So I really wanted to say, these are the issues that I raised with the officials. The sentiment of saying to the officials, you are professionals, you might be coming from all corners of the country based on the application of your acquisition. But please, sentimental aspect of the metro is that live for the metro because you are hired by the metro. That's what I want to say. Now it comes to the issue of the land, Speaker. I understand you, Mr. Mungal. I think it is noted that we should go and look at what is happening. But I just want to share some knowledge economy around it. When I went to school to study property market, the question was posed before us, what is the value of the property? Under normal circumstances, it would be immovable assets, the schools in and around, the shopping malls, and the safety and all other, goodies. But to my dismay, I realized that I was so wrong and I failed that test. Because the value of the property lies between the willing buyer and the willing seller. So despite the fact that I'm going to look at what you are raising, but that aspect of property principle on the value of the property will also be taken into consideration to say, what could have influenced that. At the back of my mind, Speaker, I'm thinking that could have been the more expensive hectare could be exposed to a best business opportunity than a very big and cheaper portion. But look, I'm thumb sucking here. I must go gather my facts. Speaker, my last point deals with certain things that are sensitive, You know, when we talk about fatness in black communities, it's a serious insult. Our people were not exposed to red meat or meat in general. We used to eat dead animals. As to what killed them, we did not know. But that would be the best meat we'll ever get. Other than that, ours will be pap and milk, and that milk would have been taken, the cream part of it, it will be it's called separator in Afrikaans. Esmus, ne? Separator, yeah. That was our meal. Not even spinach, but that wild morogo from the periphery, tepekan something. Those were staple food. So, genetic takes its order from where we come from. We should not undermine that. We share the same economy, but we relate differently to the economy. For instance, our staple food became poikikos, vegevates poikikos. Poikikos was a staple food, remnants of whatever remains from either a chicken or what, or knuckles, together with potatoes and tomatoes and alles, one pot, one at once, boom. Then that was our meal. But you know our counterparts, when they eat poikikos, that's when they are going to celebrate achievements, once a month. We eat pap every day. They only eat pap when they are going to celebrate their achievements. But we share the same economy. So nutrition accounts to how your body parts react to it. That's why, even if I may try to be slender, you can see I've got a little bit of a tummy, uncontrolled. It's because of what the upbringing had on me in terms of what I grew up eating. So some of the things, when we raise them, we must also take into consideration that they do touch a sensitive nerve somehow, that we are deformed, but not out of our liking. But also from my black fellows, when there was open sesame, you also then decided not to control yourself and start rushing for anything and everything that you never had an opportunity. Please scale down. These things are not just munched in the manner that you would like to see them there. There is what we call diet. You know, you must diet so that you must control your physique as well. Don't just look at them and say, it is now open, and then you eat the entire cow, and then you finish the entire bottle store. That was on a lighter note, Speaker.
No, thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Ferreira, what and I want to assure him that I don't see any progress. These councillors are the same as they came here. Councillor Murage was this form some years ago. Councillor Matsepo Tlenzalimukano. Councillor Sotaga, okay, na limukana. I give only progress. But why me play Ian play game? No, councillors, that concludes the discussion and the debate on this item. The item is submitted for noting. It will therefore be noted as such that the Council take note of the progress report on the implementation of the Council Supply Chain Management Policy for quarter ended 31st March 2025. May I now proceed to the next item? I have the following councillors to speak: Councillor Bothma, Councillor Davis, Councillor Snyman, Councillor Tugula, Councillor Peter, and the last councillor to speak is Councillor Malebu. You may proceed, Councillor Bothma.
Thank you again, Councillor, Mr. Honourable Speaker. Yes, I'm again pleased to see that the report indicates that we have made additional progress with the collection of outstanding debts through the debt incentive scheme. Another 23,279,224 of amounts that were due transacted during the last month was displayed in this report. This shows that the debt collection section is now showing potential of collecting arrears. Speaker, we must capacitate this section of the Finance Department to its full potential. This will be to the benefit of the municipality as a whole. A total of 106 million rand was effectively added to the cash flow of the municipality, and that to me is the biggest advantage that we've actually gained on this. This momentum created must be kept up, even after the end of the incentive at the end of June, the 30th of June. I assume that the additional cash flow allowed the CFO to increase our investment amount, as been indicated in our financial report. So again, there's already a nice spin-off. The capacity of the unit must be extended so that all officials that are needed must be appointed. The unit is so important that the general manager must head it, and a full complement of officials must be appointed. We cannot overemphasize this because this will, on the long run, be the benefit that I've mentioned. In the Section 80 Committee of Finance, it was assured that all customers that are part of the incentive scheme and registered before 30 June 2025 will receive all the benefits of the scheme until the arrangement has been concluded. That to us is a very good indication, because we welcome this, because this assurance, because consumers are very concerned about this. I was also noted that a total amount of 66 million were written off in this process. This is an indication that the amount presents the applicable amount of 120 days in arrears that was part of the incentive of the writing off. The percentage is 38.5%, I calculated, and so of the amount that was due. So you can actually see that they've actually worked hard. In future, Mr. Speaker, this is after 30 June 2025, we must keep the momentum that was created. We know that the debt collectors were appointed to recover about 9 billion rand of outstanding debtors. The caution here is that the municipality must be careful that monies collected by our own debt collection unit are not recognized as debt collected by these appointed agents. Furthermore, Speaker, we must apply our debt collection policy to its fullest. We must not again delay debt collection steps for around 3 years before we apply the strict measures of disconnection. A good working relationship must be established between finance and the technical department executing these disconnections. Speaker, to assist our debt collectors again in our finance department, we must actually see that our billing system is correct. Because at this stage, we're very much aware of the problems that our system is creating, and the trust of the consumers must be again gained, because only then they will pay the bills promptly, and we must not give any indication or any leave it to chance that we have incorrect billing. And of course, Speaker, we just need to investigate what actually happened, what transpired, that our billing system is not up to scratch, and we need to have even an investigation and a report regarding that, and just to show what measures we can take to make our system again reliable. So all of this, Mr. Speaker, we need to actually assist our debt collectors, and like I said, I am very pleased that we're actually moving forward, that we actually do collecting, and we must keep the momentum. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Botma. Councillor Davis.
Mr. Speaker, as a Democratic Alliance, we request a memorandum from the CFO to officials working with the DEP incentive scheme, detailing how option 2 of the DEP incentive scheme should be implemented, and that the same memorandum be made available to councillors. During the council meeting of 28 February 2025, Councillor Kondile Peter, Whip of the Section 80 Finance, confirmed that residents would be able to make use of option 2, which is arrangements for a period not exceeding 12 months from the date of the council meeting, which is 28 February 2026. Residents just have to apply for the DEP incentive before 30 June 2025, to which date it has been extended. However, when I visited officials with residents wanting to settle their accounts in accordance with option 2, they were told they only have until 30 June 2025 to settle the amount as calculated for the DEP incentive scheme in accordance with option 1. I even received an email yesterday from an official stating the following. According to the policy, the client must enter into a normal arrangement for 12 months period, but on the incentive, the amount can be divided into April, May, and June 2025. That is not what was approved by Council on 28 February 2025. Recommendation 2 read that Council approves an extension from 1 March 2025 to 30 June 2025 for the DEP incentive scheme, under the same conditions as per Resolution 23.2 of 28 February 2024. Recommendation 3.3 had the following conditions. For option 2, current 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days account plus 30% deposit of the arrears balance of 5 years must be paid to enter a repayment arrangement. Once the arrangement has been concluded and honored, the debt older than 5 years will be written off. And further, option 2 gave arrangements for a period not exceeding 12 months from the date of council meeting. Through you, Mr. Speaker, we need to resolve this issue on the implementation urgently, as residents want to make use of the debt incentive scheme, but it's beyond their grasp as option 2, as approved by council, is not implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Speaker. The debtor balance on 31st March 2025 is more than 12.8 billion rand, with an amount of 8.1 billion rand older than a year. The debt incentive scheme is in place for more than a year now, but we still have this problem. Furthermore, the executive summary states that, and now again this amount is totally outside my, it is 173,670 million rand is reduced from the debtors book, and the largest amount comes from the oldest outstanding balance. In view of this, the Freedom Front Plus asks the following questions. Is this collection or payment of debts due to the debt incentive scheme or from the disconnection of services forcing debtors to pay? Are the focus on aging debts while current debts are not collected? And then to link to Councillor Otmar, are there measures in place to differentiate between own collection and debt collection by service providers? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tukula.
Let me thank you, the Chair of the August House, the House that its intention is to change the life of those who have been marginalized. Let me take the opportunity that is presented before me of presenting the Debt Incentive Scheme report. I will start by giving the executive summary of this report. Is that on the 28th of February 2024, the Council approved Debt Incentive Scheme as a method of collection of the outstanding areas from the consumers, and also to measure the cash flow in the municipality. A debt incentive scheme was designed to encourage the consumers to settle their outstanding accounts at a lower amount than the current outstanding of the debt of the consumers. So, from its inception, the members of the committee has already said before, it has succeeded from 28th of February 2025 has been succeeded to collect 173,670,51 to 99 cents from the debtors book. So that was the largest amount from the oldest outstanding balance. So now, if you can check, there is a table that show that on a monthly, the amount that this debt incentive scheme has collected as a revenue. On April month, it has succeeded to collect 4,961,638 cents. On May, also it increased to 5,434,000
to 343,481 and 89 cent. So totally, the collection that has succeeded to collect is 106 million 763 818 and 22 cent. So we therefore recommend that council with the current debt incentive scheme, total value as per above table has into tabled. So I submit, Chair of the August House.
Thank you, Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, officials, fellow councillors, and the people of Mangaung. Pardon me, Speaker, my voice sounds husky because of this inclement weather. However, I'll try my level best to explain. Let me take this opportunity and to try quickly respond through you, Speaker, to the question that was raised by Councillor Mariki. Councillor Mariki, I need to indicate that the first option on the debt incentive scheme is quite clear and it's quite clear because it speaks about 50% of the cash that you pay, and then you get the rebate from your current and your 120 days. So that one we don't have a problem. The second option is option B that says for whatever debt that we have with the municipality, you need to pay 30% and then you enter into an arrangement with the municipality. However, I need to indicate there were some number of challenges whereby some people, after they've paid 30% and then they've entered into the arrangement, they realize that sometimes it goes beyond the 12 months or it takes longer to repay because it depends on what is your debt. I'll make an example, Councillor Marik. Kondile owes 10 rand, but is only paying 3 rand as the 30%. But in terms of what he has in his possession, to pay the remaining amount, it becomes a problem. So he goes over the 6 months or the 12 months that the policy prescribed. However, that is not a problem on its own. There's an option there on the policy itself that says other. I think what happened is that most of our officials, they didn't explain that to even the councillors to say, in an event, you are unable to exercise the two options that are there in the policy. We can go for this option that is called other. That option is whereby Kondile is not even having a 50%, 30%, but he's having certain amount of money with him that he wants to make an arrangement and repay the outstanding service or the account of the municipality. In that case, the official needs to make a special arrangement with you, enter in that arrangement, make that form, and submit that form only to the CFO. The policy allows the CFO to be the only person who can rectify or who can sign on that behalf. So please, Councillor Mariki and other fellow councillors, we need to explain that to other councillors. But we had a meeting, I think, some time ago, whereby we asked the CFO to please explain to his staff, to his staff, to explain similar conditions to all the councillors so that we don't return anybody from our counter services, especially for services that needs to be paid, Councillor Mariki. I think that one, it makes sense that way. I don't think we're going to have another problem. Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me just not repeat what was said by previous speakers. It's just that this report is its intention in the main is to appraise council as to how far are we in terms of the debt incentive scheme that we approved last year in March, and subsequently the extension that we had now on the 28th of February. However, we need to indicate the following. As much as there is revenue collected there, there's a big concern from councillors when you read the section.
Oh. Proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I was just saying, despite the fact that we have made strides in terms of revenue collection, based on the debt incentive scheme. However, there is a concern that there is an amount of around about 480 million that we have actually have increased our debtors book. In fact, that is not the case. The issue is that this kind of 12.83 billion debtors book that we have, it has also some historic debts in it. So there are a number of issues that we need to deal with as the Section 80 of Finance, that which I think we spoke about in our last Section 80, that some of them, the issues whereby that debt that's uncollectible, like in your cases like your former lady, we can't collect there are a number of reasons. In some areas in Bitabele, you can't. In Sopane, you can't. But for the fact that there's no item that has been brought to council to explain, to take council into confidence, to say these are a number of areas that we can't collect. We therefore have to write off. Then as a result, we can't scrap or write off that. It will remain in the debtors book until such has been addressed or approved by council. So suffice to say, probably in our next council speaker, we'll submit an item that speaks directly to those issues that were raised by the councillors to say, we are still collecting via these different methods or that we have or the policies, but our debtors book is increasing. So once we have dealt with that, we'll definitely have addressed this matter. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Malebu.
Ndiyabulela Somlong. Honorable Speaker, once again, we begin today by invoking the timeless wisdom. Again, like last time, the last debate on this issue of Tata Nelson Mandela, who once said, open quotes, the government must create an environment that enables people to get employed, to feed themselves, to educate themselves, to improve their lives. Close quotes. Indeed, Speaker, we are gathered here not only as public servants, but as moral custodians of this principle. It is in this spirit that the economic freedom fighters rise once again to advocate for this debt incentive scheme policy, a program if is rooted in fairness, dignity, and socio-economic justice. This scheme, first brought before this council last year, has already proven its merit. With over 91 million rand recouped from a targeted 150, and in this report, we're having 106.7 million. The initiative is not just working, it is fiscally sound and socially transformative. And we think that 66 million is not much comparing to what our people are facing out there. But we must now take it further. We must acknowledge that many residents still live under the weight of unpayable debt, not due to recklessness, but because of poverty, unemployment, death, and disability. Speaker, how do we expect the unemployed to pay rates? How do we expect a mother who's lost her breadwinner to meet municipal areas? We therefore propose these incentives to be expanded to include targeted debt write-off for individuals who genuinely lack the means to pay, those on social grants, the unemployed, child-headed households, and elderly residents living below the poverty line. We are not asking the council to be reckless. We are asking for compassion and realism. Because when we allow residents to fall deeper into areas with no hope of relief, we create a cycle of exclusion, disconnection, and despair. And that is not governance, but cruelty. The EFF further recommends the municipality to host an annual debt incentive in Indaba, a community-driven platform where residents are informed of all available incentives, educated on processes for applying for relief, allowed to engage municipal officials directly and transparently. This platform would replace the hollow and elitist investment summits that cost the city money and serve only political vanity projects. Our people don't need cocktails and PowerPoint presentations. They need relief, information, and fairness. Moreover, we call on this council to strengthen public communication through ward councillors, local clinics, community radio stations, and churches to ensure no eligible resident is left behind simply because they did not know the scheme existed. Honorable Speaker, we often speak of fiscal discipline, but true fiscal discipline is not just about collecting revenue. It is also about knowing when to forgive, when to support, and when to restructure in favor of long-term economic emancipation by our people. That relief is not a loss. It is an investment in dignity, in participation, and in restoring broken trust between this municipality and its people. In conclusion, Speaker, we, the economic freedom fighters, urge this council expand it to include targeted write-off, educate our residents, and bring this municipality closer to the people it claims to serve. Let us not wait until communities collapse under weight of debt. Let us act now decisively, compassionately, and with vision. Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes the debate on this item. Mayor, do you want to reply to this? Okay. This item was only tabled before this House for noting that Council take notes of the current debt incentive scheme with the report attached. I take it that it is duly noted as such. May we now proceed to item 5 and 6, which is one item combined. Councillor Swartz. Item 5 and 6 is combined approval of indigent accounts for inclusion in the 2025-27 indigent register, as well as the request for extension of indigent accounts that are due to expire on 30th June 2025. Can I now acknowledge you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and all protocol observed. With reference to item 74.5, the reason why I'm saying 0.5, Speaker, I did note that it's been combined, but we have prepared separately, so I don't know whether you would please just grant my colleague the opportunity to talk on point number 6. Point 5, approval of indigent accounts for the inclusion 2025 to 27 indigent register, the 5th, and point 6, request for extension of indigent accounts that are due to expire on the 30th of June 2025. I just want to raise the following questions. What must the people do who have not qualified for this round and who are unemployed, as well as the pensioners who have reached the age of 60 years, who are also in arrears and have applied? Possible solution to that, Speaker, is we can clear the backlog, allocate resources to process the backlog of indigent applications since 2017 within a set framework that is 6 months, by hiring temporary staff or using digital tools to streamline the processes. Partial debt relief, write off a portion of the debt, that is 50% for indigent applications who have been waiting since 2017, prioritizing the most vulnerable, e.g. the pensioners, unemployed households. This can be funded through the improved revenue collection from the new prepaid meters, as the 78% collection rate is expected to rise. Then my second question, of which the same I would apply the same solution to, is why can't the municipality write off all the debt of all the applicants because the Triple M have a backlog of applications for indigents since 2017. Based on the current revenue collection of 78% that Triple M is receiving currently, the installation of the new type of prepaid meters will give Triple M a better revenue collection as set out by the National Treasury. Then my third question, why does the Triple M disconnect prepaid meters of people who pay for their water? This is a mistake that the municipality must fix and not repeat. Examples that I want to cite here, Mr. Buffel in 5 Mozart Street, the entire meter was removed and he was left without water. An elderly lady residing in Geelfus Street, La Rochelle townhouses, she does not even owe a single cent to Triple M, but her water was disconnected. I mean, then why does Triple M enforce hard shutdowns on water supply when access to sufficient water is a basic human right under Section 27, 1B of South Africa's Constitution? This is non-negotiable, for the Constitution is the highest law of the land. I want to conclude by just quoting the following. The Constitution stands as the apex of law of our land, a sacred covenant that binds us to uphold justice and rights for all. No municipality, not even the Triple M, can sidestep its mandate, which declares water a fundamental human right. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Bruin.
Thank you, Speaker. I see my trousers is getting loosened because of John Hoolygate. But maybe one day I will be slandered. All right, Honourable Speaker, and all protocol observed, man has tried to compare races on the basis of some ability, equality, if by it means interdictity. It is an impossible dream because you will never find 2 units unlike catch in your hands. If you can please the gentle flakes of snow, it is perfect gem, a new creation. It shines in its very own work of art. Where is it now, the glory and the dream? When the forgotten founders of the ANC, Plixley, Kaya Isaka, Semi, spoke those words on 5th April 1906, he had a vision of a community called Heidedal. Who would ask, where is the glory of that dream? Is it based on the color of your skin, or is it based to enrich the people who was selected to the elected to the maneuver of its constituencies? Is by voting and believing in his party for the second time, we can safely say we have been sold in a pipe dream. We can still remember the first time, the excitement of our grandfathers who has been told, stand with us and don't pay your municipality accounts, because I will force the government in power to listen to their demands, little have known that the same party under the new leaders will one day deny the children access to a drinking water, which is basic human rights. Let's go into the core of the problem. First one, the old meters. The problem came from 1994, where grandfathers have stopped paying for the water, and now the children who took over the households cannot register their houses in their names because of the debts that their parents left them. They cannot even apply for indigent because the houses is not in their names. The debit relief scheme do not cater for them because of the technologies around it. Number two, bypasses meters. Prepaid water meters have been bypassed because it was reported as a faulty, and a municipality decided taking the easy way out to the bypassing the meters without the consent of informing the houses owners. The prepaid meters belongs to the municipality, and it is responsible, and it's their responsibility of the municipality to see that it is in a good working condition. However, they are passing their neglectedness and their liability to these house owners. There will be members in council that don't agree with me with it, but if they have consequences and feel that the needs of the people come first, and they will realize the harm is done. Number three, women rights violation. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, includes specific provisions that addresses waters as a basic human rights, and the role of the municipalities of ensuring a safe environment below the two relevant constitutional provisions. Water as a basic human right, Section 27.1b. Everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food and water. Section 27.2, the state must take responsibility.
Councillors, can you please allow the councillor? No, please allow him the opportunity to conclude.
I'm getting so much 10 minutes. Section 27.2, the state must take responsibility, legislative and other measures without avail resources to achieve the progressive relations of each of the rights. The last one, municipality as the custodians of the safe environment, Section 152(b)(d). The objective of all legal governments are to promote a safe and a healthy environment. Solutions, we as the community know that we have to pay for services, and we would like to do that. However, we need to help with the old water meters. We would like to make a proposal that every household should be issued with a prepaid water meter, where every pays 30% of the water sale should go for the outstanding debit or the arrangements to pay it off?
As you
Should
conclude.
it be? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tsoledi, there's a song by Brenda, Ungambulala uzomdinga. Councillor Terre Blanche.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to Mayor, councillors, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. First, I want to start. What actually worries me, last time I mentioned this thing in the last indigent item was in the council. They're still using, like for instance, for Edal, they are still using word 17. And it's now for the last couple of years, it's Edal word 16. So I don't know why did you still use that word number, word 17. It shows here in the paper, don't laugh, it shows here. Because you don't, you let me remember of that song. Maybe Council Logo know. Clap your hands and stamp your feet. You know that song. That is all why you're here in the council. Just clapping hands and stamping your feet. That is your very good thing. And Mr. Chair, why did Mango take so long to bring this indigent thing, everything to council? Last time our MMC promised us that this thing, indigent will come every quarterly, but it doesn't happen. And said was last year said she will bring it quarterly to council, not happen. Always says use the word backlog. Mr. Speaker, we are sick and tired of that word backlog. Every time he comes here, backlog, backlog, backlog. And then I want to ask you, why do certain people, they are indigent, they receive the water every day, but they're not receiving the power. Saying don't apply them with the electricity. So how is that possible? They are indigent. How is that possible? What is the right criteria of indigent? What is the right amount? Sometimes you come here, it's 6,800, sometimes it's 6,200. We don't know how to explain to the people outside and tell them, listen here, that is the amount for indigent people. And now there comes the story with the prepaid water meters. It's not the people's problem if that contractor haven't got money, because he's employed by municipality, haven't got money, you wait for municipality to buy him prepaid water meters. We know that. We know that. They've got a big contract. Now every time they say they are on backlog because the contractor haven't got money. I know in the past when I was building my house with the bank, if you build it, vensterwachter, the bank pays you. If you build that, but you must use your own money. But it looks like these contractors, they haven't got money. Municipality must come and buy for them the prepaid water meters. And another thing is, they said last time, why does some of the indigenous people, okay, yeah, I mentioned that one, and then, and why does municipality take so long? They remove the prepaid water meters. They remove them. They remove the prepaid meters, and now it's now a straight connection. So what's going to happen now? That people will be still going to own municipality a lot of bucks. Now they will come back and say to us, now you own municipality that and that. If you take out the prepaid meters, why didn't you put in a new one in? Why don't we always wait? There comes the word again, backlog. We haven't got stock. And I don't know if saying that better than municipality. You know that prepaid water meters, the PET, where you put in your water. Saying that if there's something wrong with you, one of saying Select gives you a new one. Yet municipality, you must go and buy one. And now the problem is this, you can't change the battery. The battery is just flat. Now we can't open, we must pay 300 or 600, whatever we must pay for a new meter. And like I said, the people, municipality makes this problem for themselves. They must pay themselves because now, why didn't it take so long? I know in the past, if you are in a year with your rates and tax, why didn't it come to people after 3 months? Why didn't you wait for years? Mr. Speaker, maybe you know, and all of us are aware of the mayor, they've got that 200,000 rands to put on that 50% deposit and all that. Where will that poor of the poor get that 50%? I mean, it's 50% off from 200 Gs. There's people who own the municipality more than 200 Gs. If you come here, now it says, last time they said to the people will get a 50% off on the amount. Now they changed it, now it's for 120 days. Where on earth will the people get that money who owns more than 160, 200 Gs? I mean, Mr. Speaker, that is impossible. Maybe you've got the money. You've got the money, Mr. Speaker, or the mayor, or whoever the councillors can help. But where will he get that price of up? Because those people here, every time when they come here, they say to you a different story. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, according to my knowledge, yes, money was all talking the billions and all that thing. They will never ever recover that money. Let me tell you that. Because the people, they haven't got a job, they don't work, they haven't got that money. And we face it, yes or no, but the people haven't got that money. We will fight and get attorneys, now get attorneys to bring in that money, but nothing is happening. We ask the question, why the municipality haven't got their own attorneys? Now they use outside, and they also come with a different story what they hear from municipality. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. As I was listening to the speakers before me, I was so excited that we are starting to sing from the same hymn, that the issue of local economy is central to taking our people out of their misery and also taking them out of the indigent register. But there was also something that was discussed in the previous councils around indigent, where we agreed about cleaning the data in the register. And it seems to be a talk shop. We seem to be excited that when we are met today, we'll be talking about that we are going to clean the data. That those who don't qualify to be in the indigent register must be taken out. And there are those who qualify who are not in the indigent register. Amongst them are child-headed families who had no one on their side, whom their homes would, some have ended up being the crime havens because they have nothing that they can rely on. Now all the thugs in the township, they are taking stolen goods to their homes, and then they get a reward for being the hideout or a hiding home, whatever that you can think of, whether it's a warehouse or whatever. But the reality here is that we are failing our people. We are sitting here speaking nice English. But now when we come out of this place, where are we going? Will there be a ward councillor who takes a document and say, I'm going to move around my community to check how many people that should have been in the indigent register that are not in the indigent register, and how many that are in the indigent register that should not have been in the register? This is a clarion call from African Alliance of Social Democrats to say, let's not turn this council into a talk shop, but let's take the document and go and make it a living document. Rework the document. You can't review it from the council. We must review it from the community, because they are the ones who knows who should be in the indigent register and who should not be in the indigent register. And this is where the crisis is. And from there, maybe we can come now as councillors to say, Majoro, we are demanding from you that most of the people that are indigent in the indigent register, at least 5% of them must be taken out of indigent register through the programs of the municipality, like your EPWP and others. You must be able to find a way of getting rid of people from the indigent register. They can't stay there forever. Because the more they increase in the indigent register, it declares Mangaung as a welfare municipality. And it collapses our metro status. It means we have no capacity to collect revenue and would also no capacity to generate any other form of an income, except to rely on the national fiscus to survive. Now we should find a way of making sure that we counter the number of people that are in the indigent register by not cheating them, but we should counter it with aggressive programs of investments where we attract investors so that there must be more revenue that is collected from this institution than the money that is being given as handouts to our people because they have nothing. That is the only way to mitigate the impact of this indigent register. But if we don't do that, we keep on coming here, and then some of the people come here just to come and laugh at others, and they become proud about it instead of saying, I've made a contribution to make sure that at least one person that was in the indigent register will normally be in the indigent register. As a ward councillor, I made the following contribution. I helped a particular person to open a business. I've taken 2,000 out of my salary to help that person to open a business. These are the things that are going to take us out of this current situation that we are in. I'm not saying you are rich. That is not the impression I'm creating. All I'm saying is that we need to find mechanism of taking our people out of the indigent register. This cannot be treated as normal. This is a crisis. And it is becoming worse because the more the people are getting into the register, the more crisis we're going to face as a municipality. We have a debt of community of 8 billion. I can assure you, it's not going to change up until someone stands up and step up and put his best foot forward to say, I'm going to make sure that we grow the economy of Mangaung, even if it means not with big investors, but local investors. The sitters must come to the party because this is where they fit in the whole scheme of things. And they seem to be on holiday, and the municipality is saying nothing about them. And we should find a way of taking our people out of the indigent register without maybe cheating those that should have been in the register. But at the same time, we should agree, Councillor Peter, that we are going to clean the data, but this time it must be for the last. We should not talk about it in the next council. In the next council, we must be saying we have cleaned the data, not we are going to clean it again. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just an editing request, please. If we can add to recommendation 1, just add council approves that. Otherwise, it's just a statement. Honourable Speaker, who did the verification of these 851 new indigent applications if we cannot verify the current register, but we can verify new ones? The main problem, however, with the extension of indigent accounts for 1 year pending verification is the following. If our bylaws make provision for a 3-year period for the register to be verified, are we allowed to extend the period of 3 years by means of a council resolution? Does the council have the authority to act in contradiction of our own bylaws? Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus appreciates the compiling of the indigent register, and we are grateful that the plea of the poorest of the poor are heard, and also that the municipality makes use of the opportunity to benefit from the equitable share. The Freedom Front Plus is, however, deeply troubled by the huge amounts owed and now written off. Some residents owe the municipality amounts of more than 120,000, 108,000, 145,000, 300,000, 188,000, 294,000, etc. The write-off of these substantial amounts of debt is a clear indication of a failure of our municipalities' debt collection efforts and the lack of accountability within the system. We cannot help but wonder why some of these amounts were never handed over for collection, and if it was, we must please go and ask our money back from the debt collection contractors we used. If we had a working debt collection system in place, we would have been able to identify residents struggling and who should be on the indigent register before their debts rose to these huge amounts. And now I'm going to quote Councillor de Kok. She said in a previous council meeting, "The people of this metro deserves better. They deserve a municipality that is committed to upholding the principles of good governance, that is responsive to their needs, and that holds its officials accountable for their actions. We cannot afford to continue down this path of financial mismanagement and lack of accountability." Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas.
Thank you very much, Speaker, esteemed councillors, members of the public. We rise today to address a matter that sits at the very heart of social justice and service delivery. The Indigent Register of Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality and the impending expiration of indigent statuses on June 30th. Speaker, let us begin by acknowledging the crucial role that the indigent support system plays in the lives of our people, especially the most vulnerable. We are talking about pensioners living on a fixed and limited income, unemployed household with no source of revenue, disabled person who cannot work and depend on grants, and families whose combined monthly income cannot cover even the basic cost of living. For these residents, indigent support is not a luxury, it is a lifeline. This program enables access to free basic electricity and water, refuse removal, relief on property rates, and ultimately dignity. So whenever we say June 30th is approaching, we are not simply talking about an administrative deadline, we are speaking about the potential removal of vital services to those who cannot survive without them. Honorable Speaker, we must applaud the municipality for approving more than 66,000 indigents so far. This is not just a number. It's 66,000 households that have received some measures of relief. In addition, 851 new applications are currently being processed. We urge the Council, let us expedite and approve even more. No qualifying resident must be left behind. But Speaker, while we support this initiative, we must also speak frankly about a growing concern, the mismanagement and poor judgment by some of those entrusted with handling indigent applications. How is it possible that some applicants who are clearly pensioners are still asked to submit unnecessary documentation? Others who have never qualified were somehow approved. And yet those most in need are left to wait in queues or have their application rejected with no proper explanation. This is not just administrative error, it is mismanagement, and it comes at a cost of the municipality. every wrong approved indigent is an unnecessary financial burden, while every wrongly rejected one is a denial for basic human dignity. We are calling for a full audit of the current indigent register to identify irregularities and clean up the system. Proper training for all municipal staff dealing with indigent applications. Communication awareness drive to inform residents of the deadline and guide them through the application process. Speaker, it is our duty as public servant to ensure that the indigent policy reaches those who truly need it, not those who abuse it. The system must be fair, efficient, and compassionate. Let us protect our pensioners, support the unemployed, and prioritize dignity over paperwork. The explanation of indigent status on June 30th must not become a disaster for our most vulnerable. We must act now, renew, expand, and safeguard this critical safety net. Let us not fail our people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Council, and the residents of Mangaung at large. We as the DA support the items, both combined. However, we have some concerns, and I think we as council should just sit down and start implementing it more than just talking about it. Number one, with the request for extension of the indigent lists and the applicants, we would like you to see a way forward. A way forward from the ones who prepared the items, saying that we will have a way forward of finding the applicants, the current backlog of 66,358 in rands amounting to over 357 million owing to the municipality. And a way of finding these individuals will be by either having stakeholders or engagement meetings with the persons in the municipality in their wards, to see if they still qualify as indigents, to update their details, and as well as to see if the persons haven't moved, because some people will just occupy that space or that household and benefiting from these indigents, which are no more there, in some cases which may be or who may be deceased. Two, the prepaid water systems that will be have to installed for these indigents. We already know that the municipality is dealing with a backlog in the prepaid meter area and department. So we will have to then be ready to receive another document in the next quarter report saying that we will have to receive an item starting with the municipalities writing off another accumulated debt of the backlog of water meters in the area and as well as in the wards. It will stay from the year 2025 to who knows when. Finally, just as the ANC whip has made means to have somebody sitting in for him as an ANC whip in council, one was expecting that the municipality would have had somebody stepping in and dealing with the processing of the indigents and the applicants thereof from the year 2021 to date. No accountability is seen in this item, and we're writing off again millions. It would be correct to state that the responsible officials for this should lose, or the responsible officials for this loss to the municipality should be held accountable and should go through disciplinary committee. So yes, Honorable Kruger, you mentioned that we are still dealing with the issues of the past. I agree with that, but this too will become an issue of the past, as this backlog of 350 million or 37 million will just accumulate. And in the future, we will still discuss this. And Honorable Mayor, you mentioned that our outer appearance of this building is that of a glass house. I agree. You also mentioned it can be cracks in this glass house. I stand to be corrected with that statement. But without accountability, transparency, and just clear communication to our residents in Mangaung. We are no more glass house of pride, but merely just individuals in a glass house throwing stones to the public. So there's no way that the public will just address the backlog and say, you know what, yes, the municipality didn't process my applicant or my application from the year 2021 to date. We should communicate as to why and be transparent as to the failures in the municipality itself, noting that the community itself is also at the wrong here, because they can't just apply for indigent and then just stop paying their services without any feedback from the municipality. So on both sides, the parties have failed, we as a municipality and as well as the residents, and that should be made clear. But moving forward with such document, I expect that as the other documents that we requested from the mayor, that we might see an item stating who was responsible for the accumulated debt and how will we deal with the backlog of these applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lekgetho.
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Acting Chief Whip of ANC, all councillors, officials, but Mangaung, especially Bago, Dingitango Honel, Futineko Rockland, Dumela. In 2001, the led government, ANC-led government, adopted the indigent policy to provide for free basic service to poor household. Under this policy, municipalities are required to identify indigent households that will receive services such as water, electricity, sanitation, and refuse removal. Households are requested to register with municipality to qualify for free basic services. Now, the item 7.5 says, approval of indigent account for inclusion in the 2025-2027 indigent register. There are 66,355 indigent were previously approved, but there were outstanding balance where they were not written off. Now, what we are asking is to write off their 66,355. Secondly, there was inclusion of 851 indigent who have an outstanding municipal debt, which we are asking for write-off of their account based on the 2024-2025 indigent policy. 7.6, request for extension of indigent account that are due to expire on the 30 June 2025. There are 64,849 indigent current indigent register and will expire on the 30th of June this year. And currently, the municipality is busy on reviewing the indigent policy for 2025-2026. It is only proper to extend this 6,849 registered indigent by 12 months so that they continue to receive free basic service like water, electricity, and refuse removal. Municipalities like Mangaung, play a critical part in informing the public and assisting with the identification and registration of qualified household. They also have an obligation to vet every applicant, selected on only households that meet the various criteria. Municipality determine their own criteria for identification and registration of indigent. To a large extent, the determination are based on the resources available to the municipality. Why I'm raising that issue is because there were questions that were asked. One was the indigent is if the current 3 years has expired, if it's possible to register for indigent, the register is always open. It's depending about, we have applied for 3 months or 3 months has expired, now we must come back so that we can verify that you're still unemployed or you are working. That's simple as that. The second one was we are reducing, the municipalities reducing its closing water. We are not. We are reducing water because that's the only means that, that is making our people to come to Glasshouse or other region where our officers to come in, because our people currently are not even coming to municipality. After we implemented all these policies that we have passed, including the one that of incentives, it's now when you see our people coming to municipality, presenting themselves with their problems that they are having. That this issue, especially from Councillor, he was referring for Hideda, based on the street that you was quoting. There are two things. Either you are indigent or you are not indigent. You can't be in the middle. Now, that is why we are saying, those people, they must come to municipality. These doors are always open. Every day in the morning until 4:30 are open. So we can't say when people are going there and closing the water. They are not closing, they are reducing water. You must remember, ANC will never close water. Will never. That's a fact. We are only going there to reduce the water so that our people, they are our people. They must come and present themselves to the municipal. You must remember that there's another issue that I want to raise. The municipality only survive by rendering service to the people. This municipality, until the situation that we find ourselves in, is because we are relying on grants to run the municipality. And we need to reverse that thing. Because people must come and pay for the service that they are used. I am drinking water, must pay for it. There are every day there are municipal people who are collecting refuse at our houses. We must pay for them. So there's no way that we are going to say that because it's our people, we can't talk to them. To be honest to them, we are trying to be honest to them. This municipality, unfortunately, you as members of the community of Mangahu, this municipality belongs to you. You must come here and assist us to change the status of the municipality.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter.
Speaker.
Speaker. And Kikopa, next time we must introduce ourselves because the councillor there, Kikala Mona Kapa, I don't know.
Speaker, I've raised my hand for point of order.
Let's hear a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. I'm not calling point of order on Councillor Peter. I'm calling point of order on the previous speaker who made reference in our presence and is misleading the public in saying that this council is run by ANC. Yes, he said it. No, give me a chance. Give me a chance. I knew when a councillor would deploy the fellow to disrupt this council. I knew that. The issue I was saying is that this council, even though AIC and ATM is not speaking for themselves, but for the sake of the public, they must know that there is a collision of ANC, ATM, and AIC. There is that collision.
No, Councillor.
But the fact that AIC and ATM, they are quiet, it makes you think that you are correct. No, you are very wrong. There is a collision. You can howl me whatever. You must go and visit the document of the council. You will see there is a collision here.
Councillor Peter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Somlomo. Jabulela Somlomo. Let me be quick. Honorable Speaker, I must just indicate two things quickly. We got number of policies.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Mungal, you are now making a political statement. I thought you have. I thought you have raised your point, and your point of order is dismissed. The councillor was referring individually to all of you with your different constituencies, because those constituencies are your constituencies. You have a collective responsibility as this council to render services and provide good governance to the community. Irrespective of your numbers in the council, but here you are a collective of councillors of Mangaung. And when the community demands services, they will never say, Party X give us services. They will always say, Mangaung municipality, we want services. So that is what that councillor was saying.
Speaker.
Councillor Lekgeto.
Speaker, he was not saying that. Let me tell you what he said.
Let me ask him, he's here. Did you say that? Were you referring to that?
Yeah, I'm referring to that, Speaker. You are correct, Speaker. I was saying that I'm speaking to the people of Mangaung, not individual people.
Thank you. Now the point of order is dismissed. Councillor Peter, proceed. No, Councillor. Okay, we will do that in the next meeting. We will refer to the records. Thank you, Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Somlo. Let me be quick. I need to indicate two things, not necessarily to school, but indicate. All the policies that are budget related, amongst others, inter alia, credit control policy, debt collection policy, indigent policy, they are all interweaved, meaning they are linked. At no stage will implement another policy, leaving the other one behind. I'll make an example. One councillor said, how do we close somebody's water, yet the person is an indigent or vice versa? Speaker, I need to make it clear. We will never, as the municipality, go and close your water without necessarily having explored necessary means. For an example, anyone in the municipality who's earning less than 6,270, either from the grants, the SASA, etc., combined in a household, that individual or that household is allowed to go and apply, I repeat, apply at any of the municipal offices for indigent relief so that the individual can be assisted. To either cap what is called water disconnection because you will be an unpaying citizen or whatever reason that it is. So I need to put it very clear, Speaker. That's how it works. Secondly, let me fix this one, Speaker. The issue of the incorrect disconnection of prepaid water meters. Sometimes it comes because of different reasons. Either a wrong address allocated and then people are doing disconnection, will do that erroneously. Or sometimes because the councillor have said it, you are an indigent, and at some point you have accumulated a debt that is now recurred as part of because we have used the municipal services. But that is also for the fact that we must indicate some households are not aware, Speaker, that even before you have your prepaid water meter, you used to consume water via what we call a conventional meter. So you were charged for that water. So you still have, others are still having that outstanding debt. So as a result, you have to visit the municipal offices so that can be cleared and then your status can be corrected. Thank you very much, Speaker. The 851 indigent applications that we have brought before council today for approval, those in...
Speaker, I'd just like to find out. We all know there is 2 meters in. because of the messed up that the municipality done with the private contractors. So now, why did you write off some indigents that I even pay more than 6,500 rand? I can go and show you a lot. I'm not scared. But my problem is, why you don't write off the old accounts and let them pay for the prepaid meters that they are using now? Because you also take that ones out. Thank you.
No, go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Speaker, I know he just consumed my 1 second. The response is quick. I know Executive Mayor will respond to that. We've been undertaking the process of IDP review, including all other policy related. Whatever he's saying, you are supposed to raise it there and inform those policies so that at least we can address that. Thank you very much. So the 851 indigent applications, Speaker, were processed by these 5 officials that we have at the municipality. I think last year, June, when we approved the last batch, we even indicated that we are working with a very skeleton staff that is dealing with the indigent. So this time around, it took us almost 9 months to come and present the 851. And the very same 5 personnel, Speaker, they are dealing with the acceptance, assessment, verification, and finally compiling this list that we have here in front of us. That's why there was a delay. Previously, you'll recall that when we used to use the service providers, we are bringing around about 5,000 to 4,000 per councillor. So now we can't because of the limited resource that we have. However, we need to indicate that that will be addressed as soon as we have approved the microstructure so that we are able to recruit enough personnel in that office in order to assist. I think that's the issue there. Secondly, Speaker, on the recommendation of item 7.5, we need to correct recommendation number 3 there. It says council approve the list of qualifying indigents be shared with Centlec for free basic electricity. It's not Centlec alone. And ESCOM, remember other areas of Mangaung are serviced by ESCOM. So normally our indigent register is shared amongst the 2 entities so that they can be assisted. Without wasting any time, Speaker, I thank you.
We
support the item, Speaker.
Thank you. May I now allow the Executive Mayor to respond?
But I want.
Speaker,
Speaker?
Okay.
With your permission, before Executive Mayor speaks, can I just clarify 2 as the MMC of just 2 issues?
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. It is clear to me that majority of our PR councillors do not understand the 2 different policies, but ward councillors are fully aware. But let me clarify for the sake, no, I don't mean it in a nasty way, but because we work with it as ward councillors also. Let us be very clear. It does not mean simply because someone is a pensioner, they are automatically an indigent. Let us clarify that one. Because not all pensioners get a SASSA pension. You get people that derives their pension from government, and which means the salary they take home exceeds the threshold. So let's clarify that one. Secondly, but once a pensioner is approved as an indigent, normally a normal indigent person, which is not a pensioner, we review every 3 years. But once a pensioner is approved, they don't get reviewed every 3 years because they are aging. So we don't review. I just wanted to clarify that one. And lastly, the challenge with some of the water meters where we've restricted water, but to the community it reflects like a total closure. It's not that we've applied a total closure. The challenge lies with the pressure of the water. It is not that we have closed it. We have had a meeting with the Human Rights Commission and with the Department of Technical Services to see how we can fix it, because it's not everyone. It's just in areas where the water pressure is low. Now it appears to the community that it was a total closure. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
No, thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Speaker, I just want clarity there by the councillor. Please, just a couple of seconds.
No, Councillor.
Just a couple of seconds, please. I just want to say to her, because there was people who was phoning me in this week. He said now the PR and the ward councillors. I know according to my knowledge, there is people, they said now to the people, if you are over 60, you are not permanent indigent. You must apply every year, 3 years. Someone just told me yesterday. So I don't agree with that one, what you said. If you are indigent after 60 years, you are indigent. The people must still apply for indigent after 3 years. There was 2 or 3 people who phoned me on this week, Councillor. Thank you.
Speaker? Councillor, I've noted your point. Councillor Peter, I'm sure you are the last. I would want to give the mayor to respond.
Thank you, Speaker. There was just an omission there. I was saying on item 7.6, the Speaker, recommendation number 1, because I spoke more on 7.5. 7.6, they will notice that the last part, on 7.1, second sentence, it says, at some point we'll use the property market value research. We are saying, currently what we are doing as the city, we use the 6,270 as a benchmark or baseline for a person to qualify for indigent. Now we are trying to check whether can't we use the property value system. The reason is one, Speaker. In our system, we got everybody's information. For example, they know where Councillor Peter lives, what is the value of his house. If we use that, it will also keep the issue that we spoke about of the 60 years plus that the MMC spoke. So we want to make sure that that will also assist us to cleanse the data, because if we don't have something that speaks to each other, it creates more problem. We have to do it more physically speaking, and it takes time. So based on this research, we might come up with a better software that will enable the city to make things much quicker. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Executive Mayor.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Councillor Kotze, can I allow the mayor to...
I just want to rise on Rule 37, please. Self-explanation. Before the speaker speaks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be short. Mr. Speaker, through you, just a request to the MMC. It took you 9 months to approve 851 applications. Will you give ward councillors and PR councillors the opportunity next week to come and inspect the process of how indigent applications are approved? And you also mentioned in the recommendations that you have a indigent register software that you are using. And I would like from my side just to inspect how this software will work, if that's in order. And Mr. Speaker, just to conclude, there's a lot of trust lost by the residents in the Mangaung Metro. And Councillor Mugale said that we need to fix the system, but unfortunately you cannot trust someone to fix a system that broke the system. So my proposal will be, we as a DA will bring a motion for a forensic audit to be done by the Auditor General on all municipal accounts, indigent registers for the past 5 years. And the reasons for that is, if you go and look at the AG report this year, there was an official in the Mangaung Metro that falsely put in readings from a contractor that was false, and she's being suspended now. Now the question is, how many accounts did she put into the system that was fraudulent? Then another issue is, just remember, our system was hacked in 2023. And we
now, Councillor, you are abusing Rule 37.
No, I'm giving self-explanations, Speaker.
Can you please confine yourself to the discussion at hand?
I'm almost finished.
Okay.
Just remember, the residents do not have trust in our systems. And the CFO self said, there is issues in our billing system. Our system was hacked 2023. We are still waiting for a report on the information that was hacked. And that's why we will bring that motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Just before the Executive Mayor replies, I take it, Councillor, this item should have gone through all relevant committees, your Section 80 committee, where parties are represented. And I take it that these points may or should have been canvassed at that level, so that when we get here, we are all clarified that at least we participated, we have had our views, we were not responded to, we can only submit a Rule 38 question because our views were not incorporated. So I'm just raising this, councillors, just to appeal to you that please let's not get into unnecessary debates at times, because we have concluded those debates at a committee level. Thank you, Executive Mayor, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I indicated when you were asking me, when we were talking about incentives, that I would want to combine the two with indigent issues. Now, Prof asked the modalities of how we collect, and I just want to give a quick summary on that so that it should speak to some of the issues that colleagues have alluded to. We have, Prof, what we call law-abiding citizens. They indeed pay their services in whichever way, through gadget or by availing themselves. We've got walk-ins. But yes, indeed, we do force others by way of switch-offs. That people must come and pay by switch-off. But if you would recall, Prof, there has been an indictment by us to say we are unbundling the collection spell. And I think we did succeed doing that. And now we had to appoint companies in the space to now do that collection outside the collection from government institutions. So I think I got a report that they have now started their work, and I think that will also add to the improvement of our collection. But now there is a problem that relates to our collection as well as the collection of the indigent register. We have reached a stage, colleagues, where we are saying we have got regional offices where our people must have access rather than all of them must come to the metro. And some of these regional offices have got the necessary equipment but not understaffed or not staffed at all. So I've requested the officials to look at how best we can staff those offices in order to make life easier for our people, to reach out to our offices at the regional level, both at the level of paying their services, but equally so registering themselves as indigent, so that we should be able to be at a pulse measure of where our people are. So to those offices that need to be revived, we're reviving them. And to those that need to be established, we should be establishing them. And, well, Mr. Kotze, we also have to look at the mechanizations of those offices to be well equipped IT-wise. Rather than you should investigate, I think you should sell your knowledge so that it must help. You are too much into digging than, helping, when we actually need your knowledge economy in this regard. If you are willing to, of course, put it to the best use. Speaker, Chapter 9, Chapter 2 of the Constitution really speak to the Bill of Rights. I mean, it speaks to the Bill of Rights and speak to human rights, and we are quite conscious of what is the right of our people. But I think we also need to learn to begin to teach our people their obligation. Let's not just sit on rights. Citizens must also know what is their obligation. So don't come here and harp on rights and forget that there is what we call obligation as well. It is also enshrined in the Constitution. It's not far-fetched. So quoting a book of life, such as the Constitution selectively, it doesn't help. because you are now abusing the people. You want to appear to be holier than thou, when in actual fact you are misleading them. So let's also consider that aspect, Speaker. Now, Speaker, I also wanted to raise the issue that some of the issues that relates to writing offs, balancing the you know, the books that are not to the level of the consumer. I think we have got systems at the municipality where individuals can come, and they have come, and I know that the officials have also developed a system to also help you out. For instance, I came across, Speaker, where the official said, we'll bill you for 3 months after fixing what you say it has been a leakage at your property. But the period of 3 months will begin to tell us that ideally what amount of either water or any other utility you are using, so that we must begin to adjust your billing. But that is practical, that is operational. It can't really come here. It must really be referred to where it belongs to, so that we must deal with it at that level. Councillor Boa, you sound learned. You really sound polished, but you don't sound streetwise. That's my worry. And once you are not streetwise, you are going to shoot off the hip. Please acclimatize yourself with the knees on the ground. I can promise you will be a refined councillor. But for now, you are just off the mark. I can understand, you know, the manner in which DA recruit, especially in our communities, is different. They pick individuals out of their outstanding nature. So you probably could have posed that, but ground yourself to the realities. You'll never go wrong. So, Speaker, those are the issues that I want to raise to say, let's still refer the people to where they are supposed to go to, so that we must help our people. But I want to conclude by saying, Speaker, the issue of indigent, can it move away from, is that a point of order?
On what point?
It's a point of privilege.
No.
The mayor ratao hit right from the hip. Amagalo and I call man. Oh man, how? Yeah, man. Oh. Man. Hey. How?
Chair, my apology. Now that our councillor is raising that on a lighter note, next to him it's Councillor De Hayes. Am I? No, the one with big hair. Councillor with big hair. The councillor who indicated that a councillor is making the POs above. But he's unable to call the colleague to order to say, Marlo, and now you're also not in line with and in tune. But I was saying then, Speaker, please, councillors, on a serious note, the issue of the indigent register, honestly speaking, is an in-house thing. I'm discouraging the officials to outsource it like it happened in the past. That is an operation close to the hearts of our people with those that they've elected. Can I make an appeal, Speaker, that rather than we should anticipate or expect our people to do the walk-in, I've requested the officials also to begin to work on how we can commit ourselves. But in the main, this role of indigent is more political than just an ordinary operation, because it needs those that were elected to now reach out to those that elected them and provide the service and help our people. So we are going to develop those forms that would help us to reach out to our communities and begin to register our people by way of helping them. Of course, to avoid confusion, each ward has got a ward councillor. We can operate through that window, but let's allow us to refine that process. But I would like us to dirty our hands and reach out to our communities and make sure that we make them enjoy their rights. And that can only happen through our efforts as councillors, and then that would actually even curtail pointing of fingers when we come here, because we would know what is contained in the indigent register. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Executive Mayor.
Point of clarity.
No, there's no point of clarity.
Why not, Speaker? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Mayor. I received the compliment of what you read of me. I might have probably unlearned my street wiseness by trying to be more diplomatic, if I may say that. But it seems that one of my statements might have touched a nerve, of which I do not know what is that, Honorable Speaker. And through you, I would like to know what statement might have led you to the statement that you just mentioned to me, where I might have missed the point somewhere. Thank you.
Councillor, can I allow the Executive Mayor to reply? But please, we cannot be allowing such discussion. It has got to be in line with what is on the table, the matter under discussion.
No, I'll deal with him, Nicodemus. I'm sure his English is well polished to understand dealing with him Nicodemusly. You agree? I probably might even change your mind. Visit me, you are welcome.
Thank you. Councillors, I think that concludes the debate on this item. Already Councillor Swartz had already proposed that she moves for the approval of the items as they are. She was then supported by Councillor Snyman. Oh no, Councillor Lekgetho. Can I now see hands of those in favor of the recommendation? There was only one inclusion by Councillor Peter on C. Item 5.3, the councillor proposed that that item should also be extended to include ESCOM, or on both. Yes. May I now see hands of those in support of the proposal or the recommendations as amended by this proposal from Councillor Peter. There was a proposal by Councillor Swartz to adopt or approve the recommendations as they are. Councillor Lekgetho seconded that proposal. And Councillor Peter also seconded the proposal, but he proposed that the item 5 and 6 on points 3, we should include Centlang, because some of our communities, ESCOM, some of our areas are receiving electricity through ESCOM. The areas such as Vepinar and other parts of the city, and Tabanjo. So I am now asking, can I see hands of all those who are in support of these recommendations with the addition of the point raised by Kondile? Can we quickly count? There are two councillors who have not raised their hands here, so it's not unanimous. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you. Those in favor is 76, against 0, abstentions is 2. The items will be carried as they are. Councillors, I've got only 6 last speakers on my order paper here. We should have adjourned for lunch, but I'm going to allow us to present this item so that when we adjourn, we are not coming back.
Speaker,
Okay, Councillor?
can we get a bottle of water, please?
Okay. All right, can I request the Secretariat to attend to that? Let's proceed to item number 7, which is the last item on the Executive Mayor's items here, is the debt clearance of 5 donated farms for commonage. I have the following speakers on my order paper. Yes, Councillor Bodma, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Honourable Councillor Matai, we'd like to support the clearance of outstanding municipal debt on the 5 donated farms allocated for commonage. This is acknowledged as it is an extremely good and intended purpose and cannot be denied. We need to conclude it as it already emanated in 2021, and which is the 29th of January. So it's been quite a long time, and we should have actually done this quite earlier. It's just with regret that the report indicates that an amount of 837,759 rand and 76 cents must now be written off. The farms are currently still registered under the name of the applicable government department. If the debt collection policy was applied to the government properties, arrears should not have emanated. We must make sure that the municipality collect all arrears from government properties in future to prevent these write-offs. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we would like to receive a report on the effective usage of this envisaged commonage. The report must show Council the progress of using these farms for the strategic goal of, firstly, rural economic development, job creation and poverty alleviation, because that is what it's intended for. We would like to see a report showing the uses thereof. The transfer process must now be concluded, and therefore the debt clearance must be completed with the write-off of the outstanding debts owed to these 5 farms. And expedite the transfer of ownership to the Mangaung Metro Municipality. So we do support this and with thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bodma. Councillor Vivier.
Thank you, Speaker. Although the Freedom Front Plus is grateful for this donation, why did the province never pay its municipal account, especially in view of the 1.6 billion rand owed by government to this municipality? This amount of 800,000 plus rand is not a huge amount. However,
Councillor. Continue, Councillor.
However, it shows the lack of the provincial government to pay its dues. The Mayor said earlier in his speech, good governmental interaction. However, when the provincial government must pay us, where is this good governmental interaction?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Subi.
No, Ma'am, advised just to make one statement. Speaker, debt clearance of 5 donated farms for commonage. This item is brought to council for the clearance of outstanding municipal debt on the 5 donated farms as mentioned. The reason for this particular item to be referred to council, it is just to advise and make it possible or to understand that the council to acknowledge the process that is going to unfold. And the huge demand of our commonage, especially in Mangaung, ona mo re dulang teng diphologolo re di bona fela di tletletse le mo bana ba tshamekelang kgwele ya dinao teng. So ka hone speaker, we are saying we accept this particular donation and we will make it possible that the process that will unfold it will be transparent and open for public to can note. In that note, speaker, I support this particular item.
Thank you, Councillor Mabena.
Yeah, no, thank you, Honourable Speaker, the Mayor, the House at large, and also the Chief Whip of Councillors, Councillor Lechok. I don't know where to start, but I think I must start here. The debt clearance for 5 donated farms. I'm sure the milestone starts from the previous administration, if one could begin to understand and to know. Because of the land shortage in here. And that previous council mandated the former Economic and Rural Development HOD, who wrote a letter on the 29th of January 2021. It's now almost 4 years, 4 months. But there were conditions in the response from the Department of Rural Development, Agriculture and Land Reform. There were some other conditions which were laid down there. But one condition that we are here of is that one saying that the municipality we must actually be responsible for all costs related to the transfer and the registrations. And also, we must bear in mind that there are the municipal guides. We speak of the principles and policy on the writing off of irrecoverable debt, and also the delegated powers. We speak of the CFO. If maybe the amount does not exceed 30,000 with regard to household income, and with regard to business, 50,000, this is the responsibility of the CFO. And the municipal manager, if the amount does not exceed 50,000 on household and does not exceed 100,000, it is the responsibility of the MA. But now, this amount exceeds that. Hence, we are here today to clear the debt. And by also finalizing of this transfer will significantly contribute to the municipality's strategic goals of rural economic development, job creation, and poverty alleviation. Let me eat on my remaining minutes, the Speaker. I was very much happy about the statement of the EFF when they speak of their rally in Brantford and acknowledging Winnie Madikizela Mandela. That shows that they know exactly the strategic objective why Winnie Madikizela Mandela joined the African National Congress. One of the issues was that of the land. But I was amazed again when they tend to speak about our premier. You know, I was worried about that. I was happy when they spoke about Winnie Madikizela Mandela and became astonished when he spoke about our premier. And again, the DA mentioned Winnie Madiba Mandela. And also, he joined the African National Congress. One of the issues was land. We speak of the land now. They are interlinked. I speak of the land now. But if you don't understand the strategic objective of the African National Congress, you will, in fact, misuse that. I don't think those who did not defecate in the pit latrine will give us land. Those who did not defecate in the budget system will give us land. No one who did not suffer during the apartheid era will liberate us. and will give us land.
Okay, let me.
But now we are saying we are giving land to common
Councillor,
nations.
let me take, is that a point of order? A rule, okay.
Speaker, we have been sitting here from 10 a.m. in the morning.
Huh?
And if the speaker is not relevant to what we're discussing here, he might as well sit down, Speaker.
No, Councillor.
He cannot come here and tell us stories about Winnie Mandela. It's not relevant to what we're discussing here.
Councillor, don't do that.
One of that's why I'm no speaker. It's because we are listening to things that are not relevant.
Allow the councillor, he's still within his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. They've actually eaten my 2 minutes.
And are fitla ka dijong ka man o emelle morao because o itse o ja nako.
Okay. No. Thank you very much. And I really acknowledge that they praised our leaders. I was thinking of praising Verwoerd, Malan, and Iterek on their behalf, but they failed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. This item of debt clearance on 5 donated farms for commonage. It is a very emotive issue on the African Alliance of Social Democrats because we are discussing 5 commonage. We are discussing the province that has failed to pay. We don't know whether they have bargained to say no, because pata. On the other side, we are also discussing the issue of there is a need for our people to have commonages. But we must also not fall into a trap of duplication, of just acquiring land because it is nice to have. We have the trust. Those trusts are about 20 or more than 20. But they are dilapidated. I don't know whether the reason why there is no investment on those trusts, even though there is a lot of land there, it is because you are still angry, Mangope. Although the citizens that are there, they have also voted for you. And Mangope is not staying in the trusts. Because I don't understand why they are not being funded by the Department of Agriculture, or they are not on the rural development program. So that they must start to have cows in the trust, and they must start to grow the economy in the trust. People must start to plant, like they used to plant during the time the former Buputa Joanna. And the planting there, it is not counter-revolutionary. You will not be reviving apartheid or Bantustan by planting in the trust. All what you will be doing, you will be empowering our people and also addressing the issue of food security. These 5 farms, we appreciate it, but we are saying we cannot focus on them while we are also abandoning the other more than 20 trusts that are ready-made. Once you have money, you can start to plow in those trusts because the soil is an arable soil. The problem is there is no dedicated program by the municipality on rural development. And I'm raising it with you to say, let's not deal with this issue on a piecemeal basis. We might have a common age, but if after 10 years, that common age, there is no development, it is also a fruitless exercise. Actually, we would have wasted the money of the council by not developing that area. For now, there is an excitement, but no one has ever agreed about the process, the building blocks to say, how are we going to help people to access that farm? I would only support the usage of that common age on one condition, on the condition that was proposed by Councillor Supi, where he said that the process must be transparent on who should be the beneficiaries, so that there should not be an issue or family if you are rich because it create deployment, then it will plus collapse, or it will that commonage collapse. And those things are making us a laughing stock to other people to say you are being given land but you are not using it effectively. Now the issue is, why do you want it if you can't use it? Now that is the issue that we are discussing today. I'm pleading with you to say, let this also be not another talk show, but at least let's walk the talk. Let's meet here maybe after a year to say, in those common ages, there is this particular economic activity that has happened and Mangaung has benefited like this, or those owners of common age, the economy has grown to this particular level, and we think they are no more qualified to be on the common age. They are now qualified to get farms because their livestock and even their production level has risen to the level of them qualifying for a farm, because common age is a temporary measure. It's not a permanent and an end state. It should also be corrected. We know that no, it is a temporary measure. Though I'm pleading that that should be the approach and that should be the spirit. And we must also go to the trustees and see what can we do to those trusts, because something needs to be done if we are serious about addressing food security. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Malebu.
Honorable Speaker, once again, we rise today as economic freedom fighters, the only political movement that stands unwavering in its mission for economic liberation and land justice, to speak on the matter of the 5 donated farms for common age purposes. We speak on this issue under the guidance of the EFF's cardinal pillar number 1, expropriation of land without compensation for equal redistribution. This is not just a policy to us, it is a call to action. Because land is dignity, identity, and economic freedom. Speaker, it is shameful, utterly shameful that after 30 years into democracy, Black people are still forced to live with livestock in township backyards. Children are growing up in yards where goats sleep near the kitchen door. Chicken walks into homes and cows are tied to street poles. This is not by choice. This is a crisis created by centuries of land dispossession, and it continues today through a municipality that has failed to provide adequate land and infrastructure for Black farmers. Yet in the leafy suburbs of the privileged few, you will not see livestock roaming the street. Why? Because those who live in town own farms elsewhere. They enjoy the benefits of land that was stolen and protected through racist legislation and ongoing structural inequality. So we ask, why must the Black child in Mangaung live in a home that doubles as a crop? Why must the poor be criminalized for trying to survive? We welcome the donation of these 5 farms, but let it be clear, this is not a favor to our people. It is a basic human right, and it is only a small step towards full redress of land injustice. But even this small step is threatened, Speaker, because who will manage these farms? Who decides who gets access? As the EFF, we make it clear. We demand full transparency on how these farms will be allocated. We demand that these farms be used exclusively for common age, with proper fencing, water access, animal care, and grazing infrastructure. We reject any attempt to allow only politically connected or gatekeepers to benefit. We call for community oversight so that ordinary people can hold the municipality accountable. These farms must be used to decongest our townships, to restore dignity to Black farmers, and to promote food security and Black agricultural enterprise. Let this be a signal to our people. The EFF will never rest until all land is returned to the people, not through market transactions, but through expropriation without compensation. And as our founding documents declare, The days of our people living like second-class citizens in their own land must come to an end. We want land, not promises. We want dignity, we want justice. Speaker, West Part, Haritzibilurna MMC, all in charge for this, yeah, Kimang committee nana. Yeah, I'm now the MMC. Keep it very clear to the MMC. Speaker, MMC ha ke na le bonnete ba hore wa tseba lo rena di trust di hokae di shebetse kae. Yet you have an MMC e leng hore ke ena ho to in charge for this committee. It's bad, Speaker. It's bad, Speaker. He's not even aware lo rena di trust tse the very same di khomu and everything di teng mo ha so ka baya ha itsebe hore na shebetse kae, Speaker. Ke re ho yana MMC fund, in fact not to only to the MMC mayor. Like that. Ha iska re ha re kgetha re be re kgetha nje just for the sake of ho kgetha. A ke re check hore na our people ba tlo una eng from the very same people be leng hore re a ba kgetha wena, Speaker. Ke a leboha Metapele.
Thank you, Councillor Hlapu. I'm going to now allow the executive mayor to conclude the debate.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Spawn on. Oh. Sharp, No, that's fine. No, let me start by saying the donation comes from the Department of National, Rural and Development. It's not actually from the province. But that does not suggest we should not maintain relationship with a number of departments as a metro, because cordiality insofar as ensuring that our work is realized is the order of the day. So we'll reach out. And in fact, with the province, when it comes to the issue of payment of their bill, we have got a memorandum of understanding. If they do not follow the prescript, we will be left with no choice but to switch off. Well, we are going to switch. We switch off literally. That memorandum came as a result of switching off because we wanted the money that belongs to the metro. And there are no incentives when it comes to government. And we don't even have any company now that's appointed to do that work. We are doing it directly ourselves. So yeah, the land comes from the Department of Rural and Development. My only take, Speaker, is that it's a good gesture that councillors should really note and acknowledge this kind of a donation in a way to help us read first the animals that are there in the township. But I can indicate this land or pieces of land that we have acquired are far from addressing the crisis that or the challenge that we're faced with in our townships. We'll do our best to find more land, and I did allude earlier on to say where there will be a need for this land to be utilized other than common age, perhaps to even residential unit, if it's closer to localities where our people are living and they could access where they work. We'll also decide, because gone are the days where we should actually locate our people in the far flank. It should also be noted that animals that are in common age closer to localities or townships, people then suffer, people stealing their stocks and this and that. So we'll look into that quite closely. No, CFF, I don't have any problem with our fellow councillor. She has got a melodious voice when she applies her mind to issues. But my only worry is that the aggression with which she comes addressing the issue of land uh, 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 makes our fellow makes me worried as to how are we going to soldier on dealing with issues of transformation. But it's an eye opener to some of our fellow councillors who happen to be having land on their side and who should actually be at a position to begin to enter into negotiation, to begin to piggyback on your boldness in redressing the issue of land. It's a policy of EFF, and I think our fellow councillors from the other side of those that have got land, you are lucky that some of us are here. I can imagine if it was the two of you dealing with issues of council without us being here, there could have been a bloodshed there. But otherwise, on that note, Speaker, I'm fine. I'm happy. We'll certainly make sure that we do not let anything of the council get abused. Not in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. That concludes the debate on this item. Councillor Ashas, if you do it great that to lead there, go good. May I now see hands of those in favor of the recommendation as it is? Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you. Those in favor? Those in favor is 76, against 0, abstentions 2. May I now proceed to item Councillor Malebo.
Speaker, can I in this council that I now understand horina why resna mokgatlona wa FF plus bongata kwana makishini. Jwe jena ke a utlwisisa. Ehlile nngwe sefapano ya lefatshe yona Jesu ba hana ka lona. Ka nnete. Ke a leboha Speaker.
I nearly forgot the MMC relevant for rural affairs is Councillor Kai. It's Councillor Twala. It's Councillor Twala. Yeah. Are you not attending Section 80 committees of Councillor Twala? No, I'm asking. Has there been no Section 80 committee meetings? Okay. The council whip will have to deal with that. Item 75, reports from the Speaker is none. Item 76, reports from MPEG, it's 1. Is there anyone mandated to present that report? The chairperson of that committee is not feeling well. He has submitted an application for leave of absence. Councillor Muhibidu.
Hotel. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Chief Whip, greetings to all our honorables. The submission of the report to the Council is to provide an overview on the following of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee in terms of its work to date, the legislative framework and mandate of the MPEC in accordance with Section 79A of Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998 as amended, also Municipal System Act 32 of 2000 as amended. The role of MPEC is to promote good governance, transparency, accountability by providing oversight over the public accounts. And then the program and activities, we have our annual work plan that was developed annually before the new financial year. So in the main, these programs sought to address the backlogs that the committee was confronted with. The challenges that we are having in MPEC is poor implementation of council resolution, the matter relating to the Section 32 MFMA, UIFW, the lack of attendance of the senior management on the meetings of the MPEC and activities, the poor allocation of budget on matters of MPEC, and then the staff of MPEC need to be capacitated. And then the recommendation, Honorable Speaker, is therefore we recommend that the Council take note of the report. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Muhibi, the whip of the portfolio committee. May I now see hands of those who want to speak on this item? Councillor Kotze, Councillor Lotrid, oh no, Councillor Kotze, quiet, Councillor Matsepe.
It's for notice.
In that order.
Mr. Speaker, the Municipal Public Accounts Committee is a crucial oversight body in local government responsible for monitoring, evaluating and reporting on a municipality's financial management and performance. MPAC holds the municipal executive accountable for irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and can summon officials for explanations. It submits recommendations to the Municipal Council and promotes transparency and encouraging public participation in its oversight process. The chairperson of the MPAC is responsible for leading the committee's oversight work by ensuring effective scrutiny of the municipality's financial management and performance. The chairperson promotes accountability, transparency, and public participation while upholding ethical standards and political neutrality. The report states that MPAC was established on December 8, 2021, but became dormant in March 2023 due to political and administrative issues. It was revived in July 2023 with the election of Councillor Makuluani as chairperson. Councillor Makuluani, you have been in this position for 22 months, and it seems you are failing. The administration appears to be undermining the effectiveness of MPAC by deliberately stalling the implementation of councillor resolutions. Despite clear recommendations and follow-ups from the committee, resolutions aimed at addressing financial misconduct and governance lapses are either purely implemented or completely ignored. This pattern not only frustrates the oversight role of MPAC, but also compromises MPAC as they are seen to be ineffective despite making sound recommendations. The persistent failure to address unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure points to a lack of cooperation from the administration, which often delays or withholds critical information that impact needs to carry out its mandate. Let me remind you of the AG report on unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. As disclosed in the financial statement, unauthorized expenditure, 1.3 billion, was incurred due to budget overspending, while irregular expenditure, 277,000.
There's a point of order, Councillor Kotze. Let me take a point of order.
Speaker, I'm not sure, Councillor, Watson. Councillor, I'm not sure what he is talking about, because this report is a progress report on the functioning of the municipal public accounts. It's only the progress that we have done from that time until now. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I'm in council, I think of a show that I watched when I was a kid. It was called Doffel, Bobble and Becky.
Councillor, let me take another point of order here.
Honorable Speaker, I raise on the point of order because I believe that I heard what the whip of the committee present in the council, the progress report, not what the MPEC must do. The progress report, remember the report came here to us. We know that the MPEC, what is the responsibility of the MPEC? Now, Honorable Councillor is telling us now about the responsibility of MPEC, and is also digging the issues of the annual report, which is, we had it here in this council, and the MPEC must deal with it. Now, is that progress report good where they are? And then they are here to tell us what are the challenges that they have as the public account.
Councillor Kotze, I take it that that committee is a multi-party committee. You may have had opportunity to contribute in the formulation of this report.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to mention I attended the impact meeting in December as an observer when this report was compiled by Impact. Thank you, and that's why I'm giving inputs in this council meeting. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm almost done. I would just like to mention that day when I was there as an observer, some of the members of the ANC in that impact meeting for an hour had the issue with stipend payments that they did not receive 2 months later. Impact meetings are not for stipend payments that are late. We had to wait for the deputy CFO to come and attend to that issue there. That is why this committee is not functioning. There is no progress. This is a smoke screen. There is no progress. There is no progress, and that's what I'm highlighting there. Yeah.
Can I allow Councillor Kotze to finish? I will acknowledge you, Councillor, because this interruption back and forth.
Yeah, you're the biggest one.
Can you
You're the biggest
conclude?
one. You're the biggest one. You're the biggest one. Yeah. You're the biggest one. Can I continue, Speaker? The impact is deliberately underfunded with insufficient budget allocations hindering its ability to conduct site visits, community engagement, or even critical training workshops. Some of the members of Impact come 2 hours late for a public meeting. That's a disgrace. This financial neglect is a strategic move to weaken the Impact's oversight capacity. As this council term approaches its conclusion at the end of 2026, no accountability has been enforced for ongoing financial mismanagement. Consequently, the public of Mangaung needs a watchdog over the financial situation of Mangaung, not a puppy that's being led by the administration. Thank you, Speaker.
So are you opposed to the progress report?
Mr. Speaker?
This
is not a progress report. There is no progress. Just go and look at the unauthorized expenditure. You are doing nothing. You are doing nothing.
Okay. I recognized Councillor Matep. No, Councillor Kruger, you'll be followed by. Let me first allow Councillor Kruger to.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, the painful part that we have here is that people think when they are book smart, automatically they have logic. And like my executive mayor said, in terms of being street smart, you know, we must follow procedures and grandstanding. And I feel a pain for the councillor because somehow it feels to me, you know, when people are too loud, it is actually a sign of some sort of inferiority that you must always say something. I hope the DA can promote into something else, but now he was misleading. And the basic question is, do you agree with the progress report, yes or no? That was the basic question. Logic, Chief, logic.
Councillor Matsepe.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, the MPEC committee is bringing the progress report before the council. The work that MPEC has been doing thus far in terms of the progress. Now, I must indicate, Speaker, that in the recent past, the MPEC has conducted the public participation on the annual report, which the oversight report would be tabled before this council, so that council can then have an opportunity to interrogate the oversight report of the MPEC. But what the whip of the committee presented here, Speaker, is a progress report. Among other issues that when the MPEC, when you check reports that was tabled by MPEC before this council on the 12th of December, on benchmarking, what MPEC did, lessons learned from the benchmarking from eThekwini is that addressing issues of backlog on UIFW, the MPEC has established the technical committee to attend to those particular issues. So it is not true that there is no progress. I'm saying there are lessons learned from eThekwini in terms of the benchmarking. Report was presented before this council. And there has been work that the MPEC has been doing, which will be included when we come and present our annual report. But here, we're actually saying, here's what we have been doing. And what Councillor Kotze is actually raising, yes, of course, he is not a member of the MPEC committee. Yes, he was an observer. But this is a progress report. He is not a member of the MPEC. And if he had an interest of MPEC issues, he should have attended meetings after these ones. Perhaps there was a particular interest of this meeting. On what had happened after this meeting of MPEC, there is a progress of MPEC that is doing. Thank you very much, Speaker.
No, thank you, Councillor Matsepe. I am now going to nullify the contribution of Councillor Kotze on this report. Councillor Kotze, if you were a member of that committee, you would speak in support of their report. But since you are speaking against the report and you are not a member of that committee, those councillors are presenting a progress on their state of functioning. So your contribution, I mistook you really for being a member of that committee. I thought you were a member. Hence I was asking, are you against the report? So your points, your argument is nullified. I just want to request that most of the councillors who spoke here spoke from prepared notes. May you please favor the secretariat with those prepared notes or speeches so as to facilitate easy compilation of minutes of meetings, because it will save them time to listen to the audio recordings of the meeting. So please pass them through. That concludes the business, the debate on this item. The report is duly noted, Councillor Muhibidu, as progress of the MPEG, an independent committee. Let's proceed to item 77, reports from Audit and Performance Committee, none. Item 78, reports on ward committees or a consolidated report on ward committees, none at this point. Item 79, reports on SALGA activities, none. Item 80, in-committee reports, none. Item 81, motions, none. And this brings us to the end of the business of the day. The meeting is officially adjourned. Councillors are invited for lunch downstairs here. Thank you very much.